All right. Well, let's see. Am I live again? Any sound in YouTube now? Yay. Okay. Thank you, Pepe. No idea why that's happening. Okay. Well, at least we're good to go now. All right, guys. What else? What time is it now? 9:16. Gits. I saw Gits was also popping higher. Gits was also popping higher. Where is it? Is it still here? Yeah, up 19%. It has pulled back somewhat, 447, back down to four. I don't see any specific news on it. OXLC, boy, this is being crushed here. This is trading high, lower after the company reported worse than. So this is an earnings play. So actually, this is an earnings play, but we don't have it as an earnings play. So we don't have this as an earnings play. OXLC. So this is an earnings play. Yeah, it's a bankruptcy pump, I guess. Yeah, I mean, there's no other. No, I can't. See, I mean, the news. If you look at the news, filing. Where is you? Right here, filing for bankruptcy, Chapter 11. Okay, that was on the 28th. Might have been even earlier, but okay. So as we call a little bankruptcy play. KYIV. Again, some of these are just. I don't know if there's any specific news. Okay, yeah, this is a secondary. So they're doing a financing, and do they have a financing price? Looks like around 1050, so it's a little bit above the financing price, and that is KYIV. So I'm looking at a few earnings plays here, guys. I mean, RHI is an earnings play. This is Robert Half. I always love that name. Um, no volume yet, but it is an earnings play. RHI is an earnings play, but there's no volume yet. Um, this is a real cheap earnings play. GCL, real cheap one, a lot of volume. Sophie, here's one. Another earnings play. It's actually they pull back a little, 26.36. So pull back not quite a dollar from the highs in the pre-market, but Sophie is an earnings play. SOFI, so pretty good so far. I saw this, believe it or not, I saw this OCG. OCG, where is it? It's right here. OCG. I don't know if our friend who is all over this one has still got all his shares. I mean, it's popped up to 223 in the pre-market. Yeah, I have CATX. I actually have CATX thumbnail on my other monitor. So let's take a look at it. It is starting to move. Again, had a big day yesterday, of course, 616, but look where it closed. Closed down here at 424. So, big sell off. So KXIN, I think, trying to see why this one went down. I couldn't Tell if this was a financing. Maybe not. No kidding, an insane move down for silver. I mean, that's 15%. Next low is down here at around 85. The other high flyer, BNAI. Maybe this is finally it. Next low looking left is 25.92. Market ahead of the open is yeah, down a little bit, 260. Well, the SPY is anyway. Morning, Shaw. PLG. Well, again, metals, guys. Metals, any metal, doesn't matter if it's precious or not. Well, platinum, of course, but metals, copper, miners. They're basically miners. All the miners. Not a good time to have gold in your name. Marigold Companies, MGLD. Okay, what I'm going to do now, just want to take a look at energy, XLE. Yeah, so really ripping out way above now the 200-day moving average. I just want to take a look at the dividends, utilities, XLP, staples. Yeah, so everything is probably still way above the 200-day moving average. All right, guys, want to get the layout I use once this mark my 930 layout. All right, so I'm going to run these two races today. Okay, this is the volatile race. This is a large cap race. So that's what you're going to see. And one last thing to do, just check to see if there's anything else. Oops, don't do that. All right, want to see if there's anything else showing up here. So there is the L. I don't think I talked about LRHC. LRHC. So this is a 50% La Rosa. Let me see why. I don't see any specific. Don't see me. Excuse me. I don't see any specific reason for it. I wonder if I can even buy this one at Interactive Brokers, Fat BB. VIVS. Actually, I didn't talk about this one. This was on my list right at the very top. VIVS. So, trading higher after the company announced it signed, yeah, JC Bio as an authorized distributor in Korea, etc. So they did have some news on VIVS. All right, ALXO. What's happening with this one? ALXO, another cheap bio. ALXO, 19% right now. And any news on this one? So they're doing a financing, 150, what, 150 million? Really? They're raising 150 million dollars at $1.57 a share. So it's a little bit above the financing price. It's a lot of money. So on the economic calendar, just want to check to see. So we had, let's see, PPI at bunch of PPI numbers at 8:30. So let's see what happened at 8:30. Anything interesting? Yeah, little downturn, not dramatic. So it's sort of shaking off those numbers. Anything else happening later on? So at 9:45, we have the Chicago PMI. That might have a little effect. I'm sorry. Yeah, 9:45. Yeah, 9:45. We have the Chicago PMI. All right, guys, it's 9:28, so a couple of minutes before the 9:30 open. When these races will start. This race for sure will start. This one may not, only because there might not be any stocks meeting the requirements. All right, guys, as I get set for this 9:30 open, we have another 40 minutes or 40 seconds. All right, we are now open. Okay, guys, so let's see what's happening here. So this is a volatile race. So there's the Verizon. There's the Verizon. Still, give me one moment, guys. Yeah, it is. It's I'm underwater on it. I this is a lotto play. This is all that is. It's just a lotto play, the ANL. Certainly would not recommend anybody doing. I almost, it got up to 11:50. I got in just around 10. Okay, so I am definitely underwater on it, but this is just a lotto play, just in case it does something really, really crazy. All right, gets. So actually, gets just got halted, didn't it? Gets got halted on the way up. GITS got halted on the way up. I wonder if KXIN, I think it got. Oh, I don't know what's happening with this. Oh no, is this one of those? This is another one of those China stock guys. I don't. I hope nobody's in this. I don't know what this. I mean, it's halted at 912. I can't believe it's. I mean, this could be one of those ones that just has the utter collapse. I mean, it says 150 on the open. Yikes. Some of you in feed guys, this feed is still has not given it up really. The high yesterday was 481. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, SKM, exactly. That is. I mean, this was down in the pre-market. Oh, this is. I hope nobody's in this. I mean, my goodness, 150 potential open. Meanwhile, okay, I think this actually popped. Yeah, TCGL. TCGL. I mean, it's absolutely crazy. If you didn't see this in the pre-market or after hours yesterday, it actually got up to about almost $500. Okay, USAR trying to rebound a little bit here. I mean, it's a big rebound. It's going against kind of against the grain with all the other. Well, so Cantor is raising their price target to 35 from 28. Okay, and that is for the USAR. Yeah, PZG. Uh, Gold play, interesting. So this, okay, I actually had some news yesterday after the market, after the 4 o'clock close. Okay, so it actually had some news winning U.S. approval for Grassy Mountain Gold Project. So going in the face of what's happening with all the other gold plays, this had actually specific news. So the reason why most of the gold plays are going down, just because of gold itself, but even this one is having a bit of a pop. Let's see if silver has an amazing rebound. It's still down 14%. Ay, it is a halt. Yeah, it is a halt. Well, what'd you get in at? 174? Oh, a halt on the way up. Okay, well, might might work out for you. 184. Okay, so this first of all, this blue screen you see here, this is nothing to do or window, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers. So telling me there's my halt price for Fat BB, 182. This column is trying to tell you where it could open. So hopefully for you, at least that. So you might get lucky. LVS was an earnings play yesterday, guys. LVS was an earnings play yesterday, and it was down most of the day. In fact, yeah, it closed near the low of the day. And so now, though, it look what it did too. It closed right at the 200-day moving average. That green line you see in my, if you can see it, the green line on my daily chart. That's a 200-day. Basically, closed right on it. That held, and now we're having a little bit of a pop for LVS. And the market is popping a bit, almost flat. Fingers crossed for Ron on the open. Oh, good for you. Well, it did open, and so be careful. If you got it in at 174 and now it's halted again. Wow, I don't know if you got out some but it is halted again. And that's the fat BB. Look at Cat X now. My goodness. You know, it was ripping early, and look at the drop. One of the reasons I do not like trading in the first 15 minutes. Well, it looks like I guessed wrong on the ANL. I actually guessed right, but I was looking for a lot more. I was wondering if we get a 10 or $15 move, but again, I didn't take very much, so now it's halted on the way down. Well, as long as you can get out at your purchase price, that's the issue, Ron. Sometimes, I mean, if the stock, I don't know how much is in the float for Fat BB. Yeah, look at the float, 467,000. So, that's the only issue. It could just catastrophically drop. So I know I'm sure you're aware of all this. So just be careful because what we're talking about, you could put a stop in place, and yeah, it might blow right through your stop price. You might get out some of your shares, but maybe not all on something like this that can, with that sort of a float. All right, how about this one now, guys? The VIVS. Uh, Underneath the VWAP though. It's underneath the VWAP, VIVS, underneath the VWAP. You know what? AXTI, I think it's doing this thing again. Isn't this the one that 2 days ago? Maybe not. No, not 2 days ago. It was one they it wasn't this one. It started with an A though, and it just basically ran all day. Beautiful 2 minute chart on the wave. It kept running all day long, but it couldn't have been this one 2 days ago because it was negative. So some other one. But here's AXTI. Meanwhile, Bitcoin, man, 83,000 approximately. So PZG halted on the way down. So hmm, RPGL, okay, just underneath the Republic Power Group, just underneath the VWAP. That's just taking the VWAP out right now. Don't recall seeing this in the pre-market. So they're based out of Singapore. Okay. Um, we have, so there's the Hall price. No big clue yet, PJ. A little bit under, but not no big clue. No 195. The Amex stock, that's typically what we see with the Amex or New York stocks. Don't give a big clue, but at least it's not above the 198. All right, guys, get going. I mean, this is high yesterday, so it's above yesterday's close, of course. 707 is the high from yesterday, or 2 days, 3 days ago. Excuse me. Give me one moment, please. All right, guys, I am back. So AXTI, be one of those ones you look at the end of the day, and boy, taking it 1674. Look how we look at gets. I mean, it got up to what 573, it came right back down to five, and now so it's very volatile, indicative of 3.3 million in the float. Where are they out of? This is South Korea. Okay, didn't know that. Yeah, I'm in that mood of hard to go long anything right now, not trusting anything that's, bouncing even. So let's take a look at silver. I wanna see if silver is bouncing a bit, SLV, 'cause we could get yeah, I mean, it is bouncing, so a lot of the silver plays are probably doing something like this. The issue is how long is this bounce gonna be good for? Yeah, I have a price alert for GME at 25. Never got there. You wanna see right up here? Alright, now is Rocket, RKT, not an earnings play. Yeah, the next low on a weekly chart, pretty close, 1734 or so, so probably watch to see whether or not that holds it. Yes, Chino, absolutely. It's a lot more active. Okay, so just give me a moment. Question there in the YouTube room. So if you click on my homepage link, okay, click on my homepage link. I'm putting it in the room in the YouTube room right now. Click on my homepage link, and I'm going to show you what to do. Okay, and if you click on my homepage link, just scroll down a little bit, and where you see trading room, it's a free room also. Just a lot more activity in the room. More traders are in this room. Okay, more interaction amongst traders. So come into this room, and it's the same thing. It's free. Okay, this room is actually open. Well, let me give me about 10 minutes. I usually go over all this in about 10 o'clock Eastern. Well, I mean, it's just the volatility. I mean, again, that flash down from 581 right back down to 5 in a heartbeat. Now it's right back up and it's halted on the way up. Gets is halted now on the way up. GITS. This is an AI one from our AI. It's an AI play. All right, so I guess the PCG must have opened, right? PZG, sorry. So let's see. Did you hold on? I guess it popped just a little bit. Did you hold on, PJ? Because it's kind of where you shorted it, right? Because when it came out of the halt, it popped up a little bit. Okay, Chino, did you hear me? What I was saying? How you can get into the what I call the trade room? I know I'm going to look at this at the end of the day and say, "Wow, AXDI. Did they have some news? Specific news? I don't see any specific news. I mean, it's certainly running counter. Hey, give me one moment, please. Okay, just give me one moment. All right, guys, I'm back. Wow, out of power for that long. Yeah, good morning, JTB. Okay, let's AXTI. Are we going to stall at 20? Yeah, Sophie's giving it up, isn't it? It's still whoa, it's not positive anymore either. Sophie was, this is an earnings play, and it was quite positive in that it was up from yesterday's close. But look at this, it is just completely giving it up now down 3%, and that is SOFI. Wow. So I mean, this is what the headlines were. The fourth quarter was exceptional, says the CEO. Better than expected earnings. So it's an earnings play, but the market's just in sell-off mode. I mean, it's not, well, the markets. As somebody was saying, some of these bigger companies, even though they're posting what we would consider impressive earnings releases, market is not caring so much. Yeah, guys. I mean, if you're not into shorting, here's the links. This was from yesterday. I was actually surprised it didn't have a little more of a pop yesterday. Later on, which is good, but it just kind of hung at the. Actually, I'm wrong. It actually got up to 130. I didn't know it got up to 130. I was looking at taking this one later on in the day when it would, but the last time I looked, it was 109. It just seemed to be sitting there. So I guess it must have had a little bit of a pop at the end of the day. So it's basically flat. You can see right now down a penny from yesterday's close. It's one of these real penny plays, 33-cent stock 3 days ago. All right, guys. Well, what I'm going to do now, it's almost 10 o'clock. I'm going to go over my homepage and the information you can find on my homepage. Oh, I don't mean total sell-off. No, Mike, I'm not talking total sell-off, but I mean it just seems that a lot of these stocks that are popping are just selling like they're just not maintaining their gains. I don't mean the SPY is crashing or anything. Of course not. Okay, on my homepage, this is what you're going to see. So if you do want to take out a subscription right now to trade ideas, you can save 15%, 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a trade idea subscription. Again, please listen closely. If you take it a monthly, it's for the first month only. And that doesn't matter whether you take out a standard subscription or our premium service. Okay. Premium gives you something like this. It gave you the GITS, or sorry, well, I gave you a short here on the PZ if you had them available, but the GITS. So all I ask, if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Really helps to keep these rooms free. I moderate a YouTube room and the main room. Somebody asked earlier, is there another room? Yes, there is. So if you're in YouTube and you want to come into a lot more active room, you can come in here. It is free. This room is also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. So if you're looking for some pre-market activity, you can come into this room, the trading room. And thank you, Obi. Again, Obi opens it up at 6:45. I don't. I live in Vancouver, so a little early for me at 3:45. So Obi opens it up. He lives on the East Coast. And then this room, normally I take off sometime between 2 and 2:30 Eastern time. Always staying later if there are questions. But even when I do take off, William then in this room, in the trading room, keeps it open later, usually. Fridays, maybe not so late, maybe 3:30, but it's up to him. He's been keeping it open till about 3:50 or 3:55 when we're in earning season. But again, it's up to him. If you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing you must do, go to the education section on my homepage, click on the more info, and getting started with Trade Ideas. The first thing you must do. That'll get you started. It's not going to make you an expert in Trade Ideas, but it'll cover all the key ingredients of the program. Now, if you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, you can start off on that second video and go to the end. That should give you a good enough idea about whether it's something you want to try for at least a month. Remember, if you take out a monthly subscription, it's just month to month. You can cancel anytime. Okay. Back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. We have a free series of videos for those of you who are new to trading. There are about 15 of them. And before we look at my information that I'm sharing, if you click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit more, keep it simple, get the trade of the week. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. Okay. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Now, little section, if you clicked on my homepage link, scroll down. Technically, these are not all scans, but so these are the two races that I'm displaying. Okay, the large cap gainers is right here. Notice that in this one, you rarely are going to get stocks that are, even up within the race, up 1%. This race is right here. The biggest gainers from the start of the race, a lot more volatile. Okay, a lot more volatile. You can see some big percentage moves. I'm going to go over the race and the concept of it, why you're seeing these stocks, and what do these numbers actually mean. I don't have this displayed right now, movers to the upside versus movers to the downside, but you can take a look at it. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market actors up and the pre-market actors down. Pulse resumes is over here, very active. It's more information than a scan. I mean, it is scanning, but it's showing you when stocks are halted and then when they resume. And then I have 3 other scans that I am sharing. I don't have them up and running, but you can certainly take a look at them if you want. So this is a trading room. Both YouTube and the trading room are trading rooms, but they're also support rooms. So if you do have questions about the program, don't be shy. You can ask me questions all day long. I happen to be tied up doing something, I'll let you know. If you have an accounting type question, I cannot answer that, but I can direct you to the people who can, okay? Was Sorry, I didn't know that Tesla had earnings actually. Oh, it's post market yesterday, okay. On the 28th, I didn't even realize it. So yeah, kind of a muted response, really. Okay, I want to go over this race right here, okay, and the concept of racing. Actually, before I do that, I'm going to go over this a little bit earlier. Normally, I try to do this before 10:30 Eastern time. So I'm going to click on New from the toolbar, and I'm going to click on Dock to channel bar. Okay, dock to channel bar. When I do that, these are all theme-based channels. I'm going to click on the show more, scroll down, and click on the sector status. So this is telling the story, guys. So what you're seeing here, these are the sectors that we're following in this top list window. Okay, is every sector in here? Of course not, but these are the ones that we are following. 94% red. That means that 94% of the stock of the sectors are at least down from yesterday's close. They don't have to be down a horrible amount, but they are down from yesterday's close. There are only two that are, well, XLC is basically flat. So the only one that is really, and it's mildly positive, it's only up 0.1% from yesterday's close. Staples is the best sector because it's not down the most. Okay. That's, however, let's go down here, and I'm sure we're going to see silver. So there's silver, guys. Silver is down the most. Gold, home builders. This is this NLR. This is an ETF for the uranium and nuke plays. So you can see that silver is just getting beaten up today, as is gold. Again, a lot of profit taking. Because remember, silver's had a tremendous run from last year, as has gold. But today is a day in which, virtually every sector is negative. So we don't have every sector in here. We have the, I guess these are the 9 major sectors, or 10. Yeah, we have 10 sectors here, okay, that you can drill into and find out the stocks that are up the most or down the most in the individual sectors. So first of all, on a day where most of the sectors are down, let's take a look. Obviously there's nothing. I mean, the best sector right now, if you want, there's consumer staples. When I say the best, so when you see 61% in green, that means that 61% of the stocks that we have tracking in XLC are above yesterday's close. So, look at these communication stocks. I mean, VZ and Charter. This is, just have to go to our toolbar. Click on dock channel bar. Okay, click on new from the toolbar. Click on dock channel bar, dock to channel bar. When you get it, click on the show more, and then scroll down, and here it is, sector status. Okay, sector status. Okay. So now what you can do is you can go to the individual sectors and just see, okay, what's the best stock, in energy today, right now. When I say the best, I mean talking about the one that's up the most from yesterday's close. EQT is up the most, and go down here. VLO is down the most. Okay, so you can kind of check to see what the top stocks in, top and worst stocks in each sector. But I mean, these communication stocks, I mean, they've been, starting off with, well, AT&T yesterday had a tremendous recovery, really. Actually, it wasn't AT&T, it was CMCSA. It was started off down for the day, and then it closed up really like high. So the communication stocks are in vogue. And there's T-Mobile. The earnings play is not an earnings play, not today anyway. So anyway, this, excuse me, this is something that maybe some of you, that's all you're going to do. This is how you might use trade ideas. Just track. Now, these are, generally speaking, these are going to be larger cap stocks. They're not going to be all rocket ships in here that you might see in something like this. But these are the larger cap stocks. So if that's what you're more into, this is something you might just do every day, and that's it. So, for instance, I mean, there is communications. Okay, you can tell. I mean, with virtually every sector down. I mean, again, it's only up 0.2%, but I mean, and here's retail just sneaking in. So I mean, retail. So you might just want to concentrate on the strong sector of the day, look at the strong stock within that sector, or maybe you want to concentrate on silver and find the worst stock. And we don't have the silver, but you can create your own. I mean, you want to take any ETF. All you have to do is find the stocks that are in it. Not that hard anymore. You can use Gemini or your favorite Chat GPT program, and that'll give you a list of the stocks. Create a symbol list, put them in, and then attach them to the top list window. Then you can monitor them if that's what you want to do. But even if you didn't have a list of stocks, okay, let's just say, for instance, you thought, you know what, I want to. I might want to. You get something coming across that's a silver play. Okay, so what I would do, you could have this, and you can just track to see what silver is doing. Well, you can just obviously, what I would do is this. I would put a thumbnail chart, create a thumbnail chart so you can track to see what silver is doing. Very choppy right now, but who knows? Maybe later on in the day, maybe it has just a nice run, a nice recovery. So if you're going to play a silver play, you probably want to have a look to see what the sector is doing before you dive in. So let me go over this race right here and the concept of racing. Okay, and before I do that, though, so if you click on my homepage link, scroll down a little bit until you get to the education section. Click on that. And at the top here is our user guide. Okay. Now you don't have to learn everything that's in this user guide in order to use trade ideas. But some of the main sections are all segmented so you can easily find them. So I'm going to go over TI stock racing. So this is going to show you how you can create your own race. I'm going to go over this race, but I don't expect people to remember everything I say. So here's how you can create your own race with your own set of parameters. But I'm going to go over this race right here just to show you what the concept of racing is all about. So I'm running 4-minute races. Again, customizable. You want to run a 3-minute race, you want to run a 5-minute race, a 10-minute race, it's up to you. I chose 4 minutes a long time ago. There's no magic about it. That's what I chose. So what does this mean? 11.29%. What does that actually mean? That Lynx is right at the top of this race. What that means is that since the race started a minute and a half ago, this stock, Lynx, has moved the most percentage-wise in a whole list of stocks, and I'm going to show you that I'm monitoring. That's what that means. Okay? SPHL has moved 5%. Notice that in this race, you're rarely going to get a stock that's up even 1% in the race. Doesn't mean these are bad. It just means that this is a less volatile race, and that's because it's a large cap race. I have a 500 million minimum market cap and a minimum float of 50 million. This has nothing like that. This is wide open. Well, meanwhile, Unity is, I don't know if you took this one, William, just a Unity, no, I hate to use the term crashing, but it is through the 200-day moving average. From 38 to 33. I mean, that's It's interesting because look at the market. I mean, the market's not that bad. I mean, it's basically flat. When I say the market, I'm talking the SPY. So, I mean, the SPY is basically flat right now. So when this race is over, there will be a winner. Like any other race, there will be a winner. And if Lynx LNKS maintains this lead it's got, what'll happen is it'll be added. Eventually, there will be 10 stocks in here, a top 10 list. The top 10 list is comprised of the stocks that have won the most races over the course of the day. You can see that Lynx has not won a race yet. Okay, so assuming it maintains its lead, only has another 40 seconds, then this will be added. It'll be the ninth stock. What the numbers beside the stock means, Gits, for instance, won 2 races today. VSA, 2 races, etc. So eventually there will be a top 10 list created for you. So why is that key or interesting? Because now it gives you a focus list, sort of a watch list of stocks you can follow all day long. Same thing will happen in this large cap race. There'll be 10 stocks in here eventually. Just going to wait for this race to be over. It's obviously going to win it. And there you go. You'll see Lynx float to the top and you'll see it added right there. Okay. So that's how this works. Now, a couple things. You don't have to wait, number one, for a race to be over in order to click on a symbol. And what I like to do, you don't have to wait. You don't have to wait to see if the stock's at the high here. I would just take a look anywhere, any stock that is listed here, click on it, see what's happening. These are not necessarily stocks at the high of the day. In fact, look at GITS as an example. GITS could, in fact, as it's pulling back, now it's underneath the VWAP, but GITS could maybe find a base and then all of a sudden start to move. You would see it here, if it is one of the ones that is moving the most percentage-wise. So it's also not bad for pullback plays. It doesn't have to be all stocks that are just at the high of the day. So yeah, if I see a stock in here, click on it, just see what's happening. Maybe it's setting up. Look at STEX as an example. If you're a bit of a VWAP player, you're looking at this and thinking, wow, this is holding the VWAP. Okay, it's right on the VWAP. Maybe that's acting as support. That purple line on my chart. Maybe that's acting as support. So maybe it's going to bounce off it. We don't know 100% for sure, but this could be. So if you were inclined to do something like that, you took this trade right now. I'm not saying to do it, but I'm just saying that you're inclined, you're more of a VWAP player, and you put your stop just underneath the VWAP and see what happens. So if you're not asking the question, you should be. Why are these stocks showing up? Why are these stocks showing up in this race? So the first thing I'm going to show you is if I right click and open the top list, all races start from a top list window. Okay. And you can see these are the stocks that are in this top list in this top list window. But why are these in here? Well, and again, this is why it's all customizable. I right click and click on configure. This is what I'm looking for in this top list window. As long as the stock is between $1 and $50, the volume is at least 200,000 shares, and the stock is up at least 2% from yesterday's close, it'll be in this list of stocks. Okay, so that's number one. So, you can create, now watch what happens. You create your own top list window and right click, launch the real-time stock race. So again, the first step is to create your top list window with your set of parameters, and then you can launch the real-time stock race. And when I say your set of parameters, I mean the fact that I want to see stocks. Moment. The fact that I want to see stocks between 1 and 50, that might not be what you want to do. Maybe you only want to see stocks between 50 cents and $10. That's up to you. Or maybe you want to add a filter in here, take one of these out, or adjust the values. Maybe volume has to be at least 500,000 shares, etc. and it's all customizable, of course. And then you launch your race based on that, based on your set of parameters. Okay. So how a top list, and you can still use a top list like this if you want. Before we had races, classic question would be, well, show me the stocks that are up the most today. So here's VIVS. VIVS is up 92%. Feed is up 43%, etc. As long as you had a column header, which I do, change from the close, you have the column header, you double left click rapidly and you can sort on it. So if I want to sort on the change from the opening trade of the day, links is 47%. You can still use trade ideas like this, top lists like this if you want. But the beauty of the race is this. In this list of stocks, all the race cares about is in this list of stocks, what stock is moving the most percentage-wise. So for instance, let's pick a stock down here. Cheap one here, FFAI, okay? It is up 3% from yesterday's close. But what if, for whatever reason, what if all of a sudden it just started to rip? It's up 3%, 5%, 8%, 10%, moving up this list of stocks. How would you even know that? Okay, what are you going to do? Stare at a list of stocks to see what stock is starting to move up in the list? Well, you don't have to do that because that's what the race does for you. The race does not care whether a stock is up a lot from yesterday's close. All it cares about, as long as it meets the filter requirements, it'll be in this list of stocks. And then when the race starts, what stock is moving up in this list of stocks? That's all it cares about. So here's feed. And a lot of times, these are going to be stocks, up here because these are the active stocks. These are the stocks that are, people are really interested in. So yeah, a lot of the times you're going to see those stocks, up at the top here. It doesn't mean that, here's YSS. This was an earnings play or an IPO, relatively recent one. Maybe all of a sudden, 4.6%, it's up now, but it starts to move. And so that's the beauty of the race. Okay. But as I said before, it could also, for instance, feed. Let's take a look at feed. Yeah, I mean, it pulled back. It pulled back a little. What if it pulled back all the way to the VWAP and then all of a sudden started to run again? You would, more than likely, you would see it here. It doesn't necessarily mean that a stock you're seeing at the top here is, at its day's high. It could have pulled back and then started to move. So, basically just click on it, see what's happening. So again, I am sharing both of these races. So if you have any questions about the races, I'll just show you a couple things, because people ask, well, maybe I don't want to have that 4 minute, maybe I want to have a different time frame. So if I right click, I just want to duplicate it. I don't want to overwrite it. So if I stop the race by clicking on the square, I stop it, and then I right click and show the race setup. So here is sort of the general race setup that I'm using. So that's 4 minutes. So if you want to run a 5-minute race or a 3-minute race or a 10-minute race, here's how you adjust it. The other thing that you can also do, which notice I've got auto start on time check. So I want my race to start at 9:30. That's not my personal preference. You don't have to do that. You can say auto set on load or auto start on load, which would mean that once you load trade ideas, it'll start. So if you want to see a race in the pre-market, this race in the pre-market, you can do that. Okay, you can just say auto start and load, and as long as you're loading it before the market opens or the 9:30, you'll start to see the race in the pre-market if that's what you want to do. Okay, so those are the two main. And if you loaded this race, here's a simple way you can adjust things too. See the gear right there? If you loaded this race, you can click on the gear. Here's a very simple way to change, the price range and the volume. But if you click on advanced, Here are the settings. So if you want, you can add filters. If you want, you can add some filters to this race, or you can adjust the values here. Values meaning maybe you want 500,000 shares, maybe you want it to be up 3%. So here's how you can customize the race without having to create a brand new top list. So you could take this or this and customize it. Okay. So if you have any questions about the race, etc., or anything else, you can kind of see that, I mean, it gives you a these stocks may not be the same 10 for the rest of the day, because what can happen is, some stock that won one race, but then, some other stock that's won a race, a couple of races, it may kick this one, it may kick out the bottom one. But basically, you can almost rest assured that Gits will be in this race, or in this list. I mean, it doesn't look very good right now, but who knows? Maybe it finds a bottom and starts to move again. It just gives you some focus, okay? Meanwhile, guys, this is my big miss of the day, Unity. Wow. Unity is just that came from Williams Scan. Now, if you're wondering how do you get this wave on your chart, okay, you see how this orange wave, how I use the wave. I mean, had I maybe seen the sell flag up here, but not necessarily. What time was that? That was at 9. That was before the market opened, or 9:30. But how you can use the wave. Let's just say, for argument's sake, you decided that you wanted to short U right here. You waited a little bit, and then you say, you know what? It's breaking down out of this little consolidation, and you said, you know what? I want to take this short. So here's how you can use the wave. So let's say you took that short around $37. Here's how you can use the wave. You stay in the trade as long as the wave is orange. Now, notice that at no point, as this is moving down, did the top of the bar not not kind of touch the bottom of the wave. That's what you really want to see, in my opinion. But the minute, I get a bar that maybe moves into the wave, you could take some profit, because you don't know. Maybe that's the end of it. Maybe it's going to really start to turn around, but you don't get out of your entire position. You hold on. Especially, depends where especially if you got in up here, and you keep holding on and on and on, and so you're rewarded. That's how I use the wave. I don't mind taking a little bit of profit at a certain area, but then before, it's very possible that had I been in the short up here, it's very possible that I would have been out most of my position on that little jog up, thinking, okay, maybe it's over. I don't want to get greedy. But you know what? The wave actually allows you to get a little bit greedier, to hang in a trade probably longer than you ever used to. That's how I use it. And again, if you want to know how to get the wave onto your charts, it's part of our standard service. So just let me know. Was there any news on Unity? I mean, over and above just the market being not an earnings play. They have earnings in February, a couple of weeks from now. I'm just looking to see. I mean, this was on the 26th. Bank of America reducing its target from 21 down to 18. That was on the 26th, but so nothing today though. What a rundown. Yeah, I mean, this is, if you want to maybe, Microsoft, which was really devastating yesterday, man. It was a big move down. I don't know what it's doing today. So if you're looking for a bit of a reason, I guess you can, just read that sort of a headline. What is Microsoft doing today? Yeah, so it's basically flat. I mean, it's basically at yesterday's close, but that was a huge move down with that float. You mean there's a wave? Yeah, I mean, the wave works both directions. I mean, blue means strong, orange means weak. So, earlier, I don't know what AXDI is doing now, but you can see it had a beautiful run up. Okay, so yeah, I mean, it does. When you say works, I mean you'll get blue is a strong trend. Well, blue is the stronger trend, and orange is the weak trend. It's just that I happen to be. I mean, Unity is just getting crushed. I mean, that is a big move down. I mean, 20% with that sort of a float, that is a big move down. But, on another day, Unity could have been running, and then you would have seen a blue wave. So at some point, well, Unity, I mean, at some point, see, for me, if I were in this one, this is what I wouldn't not necessarily want to see. I mean, it might sound counterintuitive because, of course, if I were in this short, I'd want to see it continuing to move down. But what I like to see is that the bottom of the wave, if I was short, is still touching the top of the bar. Okay. Because as it starts moving away and as the wave starts to fatten a bit, it's getting more parabolic. So you could be people could be looking at this one, it's getting pretty parabolic. There could be people starting to short cover. Oh, I don't know. I mean, it hasn't. I mean, 30 might hold it, but not. I mean, it's through the 200-day moving average. You'd have to I mean, 30 might hold it. I mean, it's a psychological number. The low right there is 29.75 on the weekly chart. Maybe that holds it. Maybe. But right now, I mean, but that's what I'm saying. You see how it lost. Why do I have a 2-minute chart here also? See, look, the ideal situation to keep you in the trade a lot easier, in my opinion, is when the wave is kind of narrow and it's just sort of meandering down. Nobody's thinking, oh, I better take some profit because it's really getting parabolic. I mean, 30 is for me, it's a psychological number. So it's obviously bouncing a little bit, but I mean, it's still weak. So what do you mean by trials? You mean what we used to have, 162? No, there are no trial. We haven't had a trial. You're talking about the test drive? We haven't had a test drive in, boy, 2 years now? I don't know, a year now at least. Would I ever buy? So, question. I'll answer your question. 162, and don't like, please, guys. I mean, for you're asking that question, and I almost guarantee there are other people in the room that, for whatever people get shy about asking questions. They think, "Oh man, I don't want to look stupid" or something like that. Please, you don't ever have to think that. It's the whole idea of the room, and that's why I'm here. And others. I mean, there could be others who can answer things that I cannot answer. So let me just add, would I ever buy into a stock that was growing but was then halted? All depends. The only time I play a halt is if on the first halt of a stock. I don't know if this one has been. Let's pretend that this was the first halt of ELPW. The only time I will, when it comes out of the halt, is if it broke down below the halt price. In this case, it was ELPW was at 152. Again, only on the first halt of the day. This has been halted 4 times today so far. So if again it got halted at 152, let's say when it opened just a little bit above, and then it came down below the 152, and then it popped above the 152. Sometimes I'll take the trade then. Only in the first halt of the day, though. And that's just something that, over the course of time that we've had this particular filter, the halts resume. That's kind of what I've noticed on the first halt. And I'm certainly not recommending anybody to do the same thing. But so if you're looking what the trade wave is based on, if you click on new from the toolbar, and then you click on dock channel bar, it's all about EMA and SMA crosses, okay? But if I click on Ripster Rippers, that's the channel, and there'll be a video that pops out. Now, if you don't have trade ideas, there's a video that pops out, okay? And this covers what, the theory behind it, okay? This is the theory behind it, okay? I don't know if I can, I don't have a link for this actually. So if you don't have trade ideas, I'm not sure I can give this link, but it's based on, it is customizable also. This is what this is based on. The fast EMA is 5 and the slow EMA is 12. But it's all customizable. Okay, it's all customizable, and on the crosses. I haven't made any changes to it. I don't. Ooh, I deleted. No, I want to do that. Get out. There we go. Okay. So, I mean, look at Fat Boy here, Fat BB. I mean, it got right into the 200-day moving average. I mean, this is very strange. This one, it's filed for Chapter 11 a couple of days ago, but always people out there, and if a group gets behind it that are looking for bounces, no matter whether a stock is going to go bankrupt or not. Here's another one. Well, this Lynx was good. Yeah, I mean, this Lynx was good. I mean, look what it came from 3 days ago, a 30-cent stock, LNKS. So I see ELPW came out of its halt, and what did it do? So another China stock with, yeah. So this is, oh man. I mean, what traders are looking for. They're looking for what one of these little China stocks could do. What TCGL did. Okay. And if you didn't see this in the pre-market, or after hours yesterday, this actually got up to 500, almost $500. I think I want to say $460. And there's no reason for it. If you're looking for a reason, there is no reason other than some group somewhere, it's a Singaporean stock, but decided, you know what, we're going to pump the heck out of it. So remember, I mean, why this looks, up 170, it is up 170% from yesterday's close, but after hours, it actually got up to about $460. Let me see if I can just find that. There you go. This is at a little area up here. That is after hours. And what did it got up to 400, around a little over $460. Then it came. Oh, yes, it is up 170%, but it's down a lot from that after hours high. So that is what, could this ELPW, could this be something that does, anything remotely like that at some point? We don't know. Now look what happened. 58%. So since the race started, this jumped 58% and it's halted again, ELPW. Just give me a moment. All right, so let's take a look at some of these. Now, the other thing I like to do is, especially in something like this, some new stock that comes in. Okay, we haven't seen it now. Obviously, if you're watching this race or your race, you'll start to see. Oh, there's a stock I haven't seen before. Click on it. It might be something. It might be just something that's starting. Speaking of disasters, I mean, look at the MSGY. Yeah, I mean, look what it did. I mean, 3 months ago, 4 months ago. I mean, this just absolutely collapsed. Another one, and it collapsed here too. One of these China stocks. You got to be awfully careful. So, for instance, okay, see here's ORKT. It has not won a race before. So maybe, who knows? Maybe it's one of those stocks that is starting out. It wow, 64%. Another, China, a Singaporean stock. Another one. I mean, look at these monthly charts, guys. I mean, these are stocks that, some group got a hold of this month, pumped it up here, but look where it closed. Somebody asked about Apple. I mean, I have no idea. What is going on? Yeah, so you're asking about Apple had earnings after hours, and yeah, I mean, I have no prediction. I mean, right now, I don't know if they look good. If somebody said even though a lot of these earnings releases they look pretty good, looking pretty good, meaning they always talk about how well what did we do last quarter, and what about guidance for the next quarter? And what we're finding is that a lot of these stocks, even though they look like they should be, and I don't know Apple. off by heart. I mean, I don't know. I didn't read, but Apple could be one of those. But market doesn't care right now. Just give me a moment. So somebody asked earlier about a U bounce. Nope. This is just this is wow. Getting completely trashed. So had you not taken anything off, up here, you're short, 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 short. Right here, as you're getting some blue bars, I would have definitely taken some off, but not get out of the entire position. What I Had I been in this one, this is what I would have done on that little move there. I would have gone to a smaller time frame, so the 1 minute to see if there's a little bit of blue. Still no blue. Still no blue. Still no transition from weak to maybe starting to transition to a bounce. Still not. So it's anybody's guess when and if this is going to bounce. I mean, it's just this is probably one of the worst ones today. Down 25%. And it's not an earnings play, it's just getting trashed. So you're asking about a not beautiful because it's not straight up, but here's a wave, here's a blue wave for BEPC. Doesn't mean you take the trade right now. I mean, you have to be in it earlier, and then I'm not looking for a flag. It's what happens is when I click, I guess these are the same BEPC and what's BEP, a couple of Brookfields. Yeah. But it's a matter for me is if I click on a symbol and I like it, then I'll take the trade and then I try to follow the wave once I'm in the trade and not get too jumpy every time, you get a little bit of a pullback. All right. Well, here's a cheap one we haven't seen for a while. Another, it's a US stock, YCBD over $1 now. CISS, I see it right down here. Okay. CISS. Yeah. Some volume. Yeah. 20 million, 1.23 million in the float. This is Greece. Yeah. Greek company. Is it a shipper? Oh, something to do with seaborne transportation. So probably a low float, 1.23 million in the float. So if you're wondering why we talk about the float, there's only usually only one reason why a stock can be up 49% or 100% or some of these huge percentages, and it's because of the float. The float is the available number of shares that can be traded on a given day. So you take to get the float, you take the total number of shares outstanding, and then you start subtracting, not so much for these small ones, but say you take Apple. So Apple has 14 billion in the float. So even though it's had, not a great reaction to earnings, it's only down 1%. Microsoft, that was an amazing drop based on the float. So that Apple has 14 billion in the float. So if you looked at actually the total number of shares outstanding for Apple, it's going to be more than 14 billion. And so you take the total number of shares, you start subtracting what all like the C-suiters, the CEO, et cetera, how much they own, and say some large funds, because those stocks, excuse me, those cannot be traded on a daily basis. So you start subtracting, and that gets you the float. Still a huge float for Apple. So when you take a look at so it takes a bunch to move Apple, even though yesterday was a surprising day for Microsoft, because even Microsoft had a massive move down, even though it has a big float, 7 billion in the float. So think about the float like this, okay? Like a large float, like a huge, like a big ocean liner, okay? So for that ocean liner to start turning around, it's going to take a lot of time, okay? But if imagine a low float situation, it's like a speedboat turns on a dime. So so that is why, look at GITS 3.3. I mean, it's coming back down, but even at 25% is a big move. Where's that sis again? See, now it's at 52%. And that's because of the float. Very, very low float. Now I used to say that, anything under 20 million was low, but try to sort of revise my and by the way, when if that can be a question, well, what is a low float? Really all depends on what you're trading, what you're used to trading. If you're used to trading Apple with 14 billion in the float, you might think that a stock that has 100 million in the float is a very low float. Okay. It all depends on what you're used to trading. But this is very, very low, 1.23 million. And so if there is, for whatever reason, if there's some buying enthusiasm for whatever reason, this is what can happen. You just look at the volume, and 21 million with 1.23 million in the float. So it's turned the float over 17 times. So for whatever reason, if there's some buying enthusiasm, it could be an announcement, could be some press release. Sometimes you look and you don't see anything. It means some group somewhere has got a hold of it. But the problem, of course, is once the buying stops, it can drop just as suddenly. So they can be very volatile. So again, the float is the available number of shares that can be traded on any given day. So when there's some enthusiasm, that's what can happen. Can I do Western Digital? Sure. So what do you want to know? It's an earnings play, and again, like wow, down 6%. That's still a big float. 338 million in the float. That's still a pretty big move with that sort of a float. But it is still weak. I mean, you had meandering down a little bit of a pop here, but notice how it still remained orange, the line, and now it's starting to move down again. Now, if you're looking a little bit, look at the daily chart here, the next low. I mean, in theory, the next low is $242. So it already broke through that low of a couple of days ago, which is 259. It's sort of at that area. So until the next low, in theory, it could keep moving down. Not saying it's going to, but that is the next low. Way down, $18 below. Give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Wow. I mean this is still the next low on a monthly chart is 2362 for Unity. So it is below that low. We were looking at maybe that might hold it, but no, 2975. So this is just getting destroyed. At some point it'll bounce. At some point you'll get a bounce, but it's not easy to play bounces or tops. When has a stock topped out? Probably one of the especially if you're new to trading it. I don't have any special insight as when a stock is going to bounce or when it is topped out. All right, guys. Well, okay. So there was actually some news. I didn't see anything when I was checking my headlines. So tied with the Roku sell-off also. Okay. Thank you, William. So the next low on monthly chart anyway is 91, which is probably the same on the weekly chart. So this still, when again, when I talk about having room to move, I don't mean I don't know if it's going to get there, but I just look at where a stock could find some support. And so that's why, if I'm short something, I'm looking left to see where the next low is. I can't see it on the daily chart, which I can't on this. Obviously I could expand the daily chart, but then I do a quick look at the weekly chart. If I couldn't see it on the weekly, then I look at the monthly. So Roku has earnings next week or a couple of weeks from now on the 12th. Meanwhile, what an amazing short. Now, the other thing to remember about the waves and all depends on the time frame you're looking at. I could be looking at a 2-minute time frame, and you could be looking at a 5-minute time frame. Okay, and on the 5-minute, it still remains say orange, but on the two, if it started to curl a bit, it could turn blue. I'm not saying it's happened here, of course, but so it really depends on the time frame you're looking at too. Again, the 11th commandment, thou shalt not chase. Okay. You could have said, okay, I'll take, I'm going to chase it here, here, here. It all would have worked. Yeah. It only works when you're not in it. Good one, Paul. So, yeah. So the big run run from what, 47 cents up to 191 for the ELPW. And now we're starting to see the drop. And now it's also halted. So again, this could easily just go right back from whence it came. Okay, here's your halt price for ELPW 136, and here is where potentially it's going to open. Right at $1 or just under potentially where it's going to open. Again, this blue window you're seeing here is nothing to do with trade ideas, nothing to do with trade ideas. Time and sales from Interactive Brokers. It shows me the halt price, and then this column is showing where it could open. So you see what I'm saying with the float. I mean, that's well, we're seeing so many stocks now that have under 1 million in the float. So I mean, 780,000 in the float. I mean, you never ever used to see stocks with less than 1 million in the float. But now we're seeing a lot of them. So yes, wonderful when you're in them on the way up. Not so good when you're in them and they're moving down and it's hard to get out. Because even if you have a stop, sometimes these things go zip through your stop. So depending how many shares you had, you may not get out of your entire position. Meanwhile, Unity just keeps moving down, 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 down. I'm gonna have to thumbnail this one on my other monitor because at some point we could have an amazing little bounce. You see how hard it is to predict. I mean, right there, look like, okay, maybe now, little bit of a jog up. Nope. Okay. I bet you a lot of people were thinking right here, finally, we're going to get the big bounce. I mean, it bounced, but not that much, right there. So it's still weak. You know what? I didn't even know that our AI had Unity as a short. I didn't even see that. Huh. That's my bad. I mean, 1029 was the alert. Probably wouldn't have taken it. It was at 3040, but I may have taken it underneath 30. I would have liked to seen it could take out 30. So this is what I'm talking about. Remember, yesterday was the same thing. The ones that really worked were all the shorts. If you want to go long in this market, stock has really got to have some news, I think. So those of you with our AI, okay. So hands up if you have our AI and you're wondering, well, how do I get this right here? I mean, look at GITS now. My goodness. I mean, this is, look at the float, pop up and now right back down. So I'm saying, if you're new to trading, this is probably nothing is easy, but this is, these are very volatile, as you can just tell. These are very volatile stocks that are in here. These are just because this is why this is not as volatile. First of all, there's not that many stocks that meet the filter requirements. Or some days, if the market was really ripping higher, you would see a larger list of stocks. But why you're not seeing too many is because, I've got market cap has to be at least $500 million, 50 million in the float minimum. That's not so much the reason. The real reason is this. See that 95 that I've got in the position in the day's range? So if that were 100, that means the stock would be right at the high of the day. Okay, 100. So at 95, that means the stock is near the high of the day. And that's what I want to see in this. If I reduce that to 90, I'd see more stocks. So that's why. Now, this is not a static list. This list will expand and decrease as the day goes on, depending on what stocks meet the filter requirements. But normally you're just not going to see. You're not. This is pretty good. I mean, look at LC, pretty darn good compared to what these ones are doing, and Unity and some of the other ones are doing. And this had earnings yesterday. Yeah, this had earnings yesterday. That was a reaction, and obviously not great. But today, for whatever reason, yeah, look at the KXIN. So it did resume, right? Probably a good thing, Poe. You're right. Here's another one that I saw earlier. This Maxilinear. Let's see if it not quite the same as Unity. All right, guys. Well, there has been a pop in Unity. So is this really the comeback? Let's take a look on a week on a 1 minute. And for how long though? Okay, I'm sure this is going to look a little bit blue. Okay, but for how long? I mean that's the question. How long is that little bounce going to work? And how could you have predicted that? That was going to be it. 27.81. That's a great bounce. It's a dollar bounce, but difficult to predict. Is that going to be really it? This is my wild card, guys. I'm underwater on it, but I don't have very many shares. I was thinking I had a little bit of profit this morning, but in the pre-market, but another one of these China stocks. I almost didn't do it because the float is, compared to these other ones, was pretty big, 19 million. But again, I'm not absolutely not suggesting anybody do what I did. And I didn't take very many shares, but I was wondering, could this tack on 10, 20, 30, 50 bucks? You know what? I'm going to take a look at the sectors again just to see if there's anything, any change. Not really. All those sectors, the two top sectors were, or I mean, top. I mean, XLE is, it's only up 0.1% from yesterday's close, and Staples, but they're still positive. These are the only two positive sectors that are in this sector list. And silver, yeah, silver is still. Last time I looked, it was about 16%. So yes, it did have a little pop up, but not much, and it's come right back down. And gold, of course, and here are the nukes and uranium plays, NLR. So is there any? So consumer staples, the best one is Colgate, CL. It's an earnings play. So CL, this is again how you can use this if you want. Maybe this is all you do using trade ideas. Just to look at the sectors. What is the strongest sector? Go into that XLP. Go into XLP. See what the strongest stock is. But the other thing I would do is, oh well, what's the weakest stock? Even though 76% are up from yesterday's close, what's the weak? Well, Costco. Is that an earnings play? Is not an earnings play. Costco is down, not an earnings play. They don't release until March, but Costco is the worst in this sector. Here are the utilities. I mean, there are some, most of them are down 93%. What's the worst one? AES. ANF and retail. Best one is the best one in the retail sector. What's the worst one? Carvana, CVNA. Not an earnings play. So you can see how you can, see the top performer in a sector, the worst performer in a sector, and then you can see the sectors at a glance. So again, if you were going to buy a silver play, I would want to have I would want I would want to have this thumbnail, this chart of silver thumbnailed somewhere so you can keep an eye on what silver is doing. Because if you thought, well, maybe my this silver play is going to bounce. You look at some, I don't know, CDE or PWAS or AG. Well, I would want to have the silver ETF to see whether or not it's bouncing. Speaking of silver or gold, here's Alamos. So again, if you thought this gold play, now sometimes either a silver play or a gold play or an energy play will actually have news on their own, which doesn't necessarily mean that it's tied, directly into the sector, what the sector is doing. So if you look at Alamo, I mean, I don't know, I have no idea if it had news on its own, but if it didn't, and you're looking at gold, watching this little downturn, thinking, okay, I mean, obviously gold had a nice little run here. So some of the gold plays probably did something like that. Am I shorting? No, I haven't shorted any silver plays today. Not that I. So let's take a look at AG. I just want to, silver play, First Majestic. Now, at least it's sort of jogged, but I think that's what happened with silver, SLV. I think it jogged up, but here's silver, AG. Well, that was a heck of a bounce for Unity. I did not, unfortunately, even though I was thinking about taking a bounce if it did. I suppose the only clue could have been this on the a couple of lows right there. Alamos actually had. Okay, Stuart, I'll show you how. Just give me a moment. Stuart in our YouTube room wanting to know how to activate the trade wave on a chart. Actually had a little bit of news on its own. Alamos Gold extends higher grade mineralization, etc. So they actually did have a little bit of news on its own. Not that it's helping it right now. I mean, it's just following the gold sector. Okay, Stuart, and anybody else who wants to know how to add the wave to your chart, okay? And it's part of the standard service. It's not an add-on or anything. So watch what I do. So I'm going to add it to the daily chart because I don't have it on my daily chart. I personally, I only like it on my intraday charts. You can certainly have it on any time frame you want. So I'm going to right click on AGI. First thing you have to do is I'll do it again. So if I right click, big box pops up. You have to go down and where it says use browser interface, you must check it. If it's already checked, don't, it's a toggle on and off. So don't uncheck it, but I'm going to check it. Okay. See what I mean? It's a toggle on and off. Just uncheck it. Now I'm going to check it again. So use browser interface has to be checked. So it's already checked, then you don't have to do anything. But if it wasn't checked, then what should happen? You should get at the top here, you should get these icons at the top because what you want to see just to the left of that little anchor is the indicator icon. And when you click on it, left click on it, TradeWave, one of the options, and then you click on TradeWave. Okay, it must have been, just give me a moment. Okay, sorry. So you can see, so if the wave was already on, so I actually what happened is I didn't give it time to actually show. So this is a toggle on and off also. So if I left click and then click on trade wave, the wave will disappear. So again, you have to see that indicator icon, then click on trade wave, and then the wave will appear. I just didn't give it enough time. Okay. So that's how you can get the wave on your chart. Now, if you don't see that little indicator, for instance, if you don't see any of the indicators at the top here, it's possible that your chart is too small. See how? So the chart has to be a sufficient size for you to be able to see the indicators. So, so if it isn't, just go to a corner of the chart and you see how you get this icon and then keep your left click on your mouse and keep it down and then just drag it so you can start to see the indicators. You can always reduce it once you see and then add it. You can always reduce the chart. So you will see the wave even if it's reduced, but you have to be able to see the indicator. Now, on some of you, depending on the version of Trade Ideas you're using, you may see FX. Okay, you may see FX. It means you're on an earlier version of Trade Ideas. So you click on FX, and that's when you will see the trade wave as an option. Okay, so Stuart, and you asked the question in our YouTube room. Wow, Unity, that's a great bounce that I'm not in. So Stuart, did that work for you? And anybody else listening to me who wanted to add the wave to the chart? Okay. Now, again, don't forget to save your work, okay? You make a change to anything at the very least when you click on file and exit, at the very least. If you click on exit, it's going to ask you, okay, do you want this layout to load the next time you load trade ideas? If you say yes, then anything you've changed will be saved. But I think it's always a good idea to save your layout to the cloud. So you click on file from the toolbar and then save or share to cloud at the top here. And you can give it a name, entire layout, click on that, give it a name, whatever name you want, and then save it. Now it's in your cloud. So if you accidentally shut down trade ideas, it can happen. You click on the X and you shut down trade ideas. It's okay. You've saved everything to the cloud. I would also save individual, like for instance, if you want this race or this race and you've got it on your screen, you don't have to do this every day. You don't have to load, go to my homepage and load these scans or these races every day. You incorporate if you like it, you can incorporate the race as part of your layout. But I also would do this. You can take the race or anything else that you've taken from my homepage and right click and save or share to cloud down here and save it. Now it's in your cloud. So if I accidentally shut down this race, click on the X, I can just bring it back. It's in the cloud. Another reason for saving everything into the cloud, including layouts and individual scans, is that if you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. So I'm obviously working on a desktop computer here. I have 3 monitors, but I have a couple of laptops. I can have trade ideas on those 2 laptops and all that. So all I'd have to do is download the program and then file load from cloud. I mean, think everybody knows how the cloud works, not just ours, but in general. Okay, so that's so you don't have to recreate everything from scratch. Now, you can only have trade ideas open one device at a time. So, I cannot have this open on my desktop and then also open the program on my laptop. Cannot have trade ideas open one. I can only have trade ideas open one device at a time. Oh, great, Nico. Good to see you here. Well, I think a lot of people can think that this program is very complicated. You can make it as complicated as you want. I'm not just talking to you, Nico, but just in general. There's a lot of people, and I should go over this a little bit more. You click on my homepage link and you go to the education section, and then you look at the top here. Whoops, the top here. Here's our user guide. So when you look at the user guide, you think, oh man, how am I going to learn all this? You know, how am I supposed to learn all this? Well, the good news is you don't have to. I know I repeat myself every time I go over this, but imagine if you with your Word program, MS Word, and look at the thickness of online now, but in the old days you had that big thick manual. What if they said to you, you have to learn everything in that manual before you can use MS Word? Well, that'd be crazy. There's a lot of when most people all they care about, okay, I want to print, how do I open a new sheet or a new a document? Okay, and then I start printing. How do I save it? How do I maybe change the font? Okay, just some very basic things. That's what most people, even though that manual is, it can be it's a very extensive program, but for probably 99% of the people, all they want to know is how do I open a new document? How do I save it? How do I print it? Maybe change a font. That's it. Okay. Well, it's the same thing with here. Here, you don't have to learn everything that's in here. I think that's what can get people overwhelmed. Okay, Nico. Well, you're one of the few people who backtest. I mean, most of our customers do not backtest. It is an advanced topic to be sure. You need our premium service for that. You probably know that. But again, in the guide, there's you can check the whole section on backtesting. I don't backtest, but that doesn't mean you shouldn't if you want to. And just to explain what backtesting, in case people don't know what we're talking about, you can take a you can take a scan that you create, okay, and you can backtest it, saying, okay, what if in that scan, I took every single alert that came in that scan over the last up to 63 days, 3 months. What would have happened if I did that? And what happens is you create some rules based on, okay, maybe when you're going to get into a trade, like do you want to start right at 9:30? Do you want to wait till 10 minutes? How long you might hold the trade, things like that. So you can make those sort of adjustments. And then you run the back tester and it's going to show you an equity curve. And if it looks good, if the equity curve is looking not bad, then you can start making adjustments. Fiddling around with the that with because what you'll see the time of day, you'll also see volume, and so you might look at the back testing results, and you might say, "Wow, well, it's better to take those trades, in the first half hour, and that's it. Don't take any trades after that." Okay, but back testing is a very advanced topic. Most of our customers do not do it, but you're welcome to do it. You go, of course. Because the other thing, I mean, I used to, believe me, when I first got this program back in 2010, just as a customer like everybody else in here, I was all excited about back testing because it's actually kind of fun. It is actually kind of fun to run through it and try to adjust the filter values and see if you can, make the equity curve better and better. But it takes a lot of, I don't have the time anymore. Well, I don't have the time nor the inclination. When I'm done here, the last thing I want to do is start fiddling around with charts and back testing. That's the last thing I want to do. But if you've got the time and the inclination, it can be a lot of fun. But the other issue is that you could take your scan and it could backtest very well. And you say, okay, great. And then you maybe run it for a couple of days. It looks not bad. And then maybe the third day, wait a minute, it's not giving me the results, the positive results that I got the first 2 days. And you might have to go back into it and start to tinker with it again. So there's this constant tinkering process that can happen. So Stuart asked a great question. The answer, unfortunately, is no. So the question was, can we get, for instance, could I build a scan and then just get an alert when the sell flag showed up in the trade wave or a buy flag? Okay, no, but you can do something like this. So if you click on the toolbar, click on New from the toolbar, and then you see where it says Market Explorer window. You click on that. This box is going to pop up, the Market Explorer strategy. If I click on it, right click on it, select strategy, and hover over that. Now you can see all these. Now don't ask me what all these means. These were developed years ago. But let's go down to the trade wave. You scroll down to trade wave. Another box pops up, and then trade wave by 5 minutes. So only in a 5 minute. This is, you cannot adjust this whatsoever. Now I will say this, you're never going to have to worry about the volume not being good enough, but you cannot adjust the price range or anything like that. But this will give you some alerts only on a 5 minute. So let's take a look at BTI as an example, and you can see that it can be every 5 minutes, not necessarily every 5 minutes. Look at this one. You had an alert here at 10:40, and then the next one was at 10:50. So no stocks met the requirements at 10:45, as an example. But if you go through this, generally speaking, there's probably something every 5 minutes. So again, if I click on BTI, what does it look like? So there's a little buy flag right there. That's what would have happened. So this is the only thing that will actually do some scanning. Okay. Now, does it mean just because you saw a buy flag there, do you just pile into the trade? That's gotta be up to you, of course. You should have some trading experience. What would I have? Well, let's see. There's where it closed at 60, and right there is the VWAP. So I would never have taken that trade right there anyway, because there's the VWAP. The VWAP could stall it, could act as resistance. But if you look at it, or get another one, take a look at VIVS as an example. Look what happened. It popped right into the VWAP and stopped, as an example. So this is something, and you can incorporate this as part of your layout if you want, so you don't have to load it every day. And it actually does start working in the pre-market. See if what we saw in the pre-market. You can see at 9:30, you're going to get overwhelmed right at 9:30. But you can get some alerts in the pre-market. Here's the VIVS. This is today. Yeah, this is at 4:40. So all these times are Eastern time zone time. So if you're up early enough at 4:40, but here's 1 PMN at 8. Let's see what happened from there. I'd have to back. So PMN at 1496. Let's see what happened though from there. See there was the buy flag right there. So if you'd seen it, now that popped. Let me see what it closed at. So the alert was at 1496. So it would have been right around here. You would have, and then on the 5 minute, and then it kept moving. I mean, obviously in this particular case, that would have been incredible had you been able to get it right then and there. I don't know how fast that moved. Okay. So, some of you may just want to use it in the pre-market to see what sort of alerts you get in the pre-market. Early buy flags. Now, I don't think you don't get any sell flags in this. This is just for trade weight buy. Okay. No, you got it backwards, Nico. You create your strategy. You create your scan, your alert window, and then you backtest. Okay. You cannot create a strategy through backtesting. You create your strategy, and then you backtest it to see how well it would have worked if you taken every trade and up to 63 days, 3 months. So, are you talking about this one? Are you talking about and no, you cannot Stuart. That's what I'm saying. In this Market Explorer window, this is fixed. Okay, so there is no trade wave buy on a 10. This is fixed. This was done several years ago, I think, and the gentleman who created this left the company, and that's why you see all these other ones. I mean, there's a ton of them. He created all these. I don't think, unfortunately, most people did not even look at this, but this one at least, because TradeWave I think is very popular, but you cannot say, okay, but I want it on a 10-minute chart. Can't do it. Now you could load a 10-minute chart and see what happened on the 5, but no, it was actually Michael Noss. Are you talking about this? I'm sorry. Are you talking about those market strategies? Talking about this, the Market Explorer? No, that was Michael Noss. Now, are you talking about this window here? Can you sort on the number of alerts? Brian, are you talking about in here? Because the answer is no. Okay. This is not customizable at all. I mean, you can sort on these, but you want to sort on the time because you want to see the last one. But I mean, so you can sort, but if you're asking me the number, how many times? No. Now I think TradeWave report might do it, but again, that's going to be so after the fact. Let me just bring this up again. Oh yeah, I mean, you could. Well, the recent ones, Brian, are this. That's why you sort on the time column. But this is the most recent. Okay, this is the most recent one. Okay, BTI at 11:20. Notice that there was not one at 11:25, and maybe not one at 11:30. Because remember, the candle has to close. It has to actually close before you get the alert. So that can be sometimes that's a problem, especially if the bar or the candle is so wide. But why it waits for the candle to close, because you could have a blue candle. You could have a buy, okay, right there. That could have been blue right here. But then what if with again, I'll look at a 5-minute. What if though, that popped up in the first minute of the 5-minute candle and then it sold right off? So this has to be a confirmation that in this particular case anyway, the candle had to remain blue. There wasn't a big sell-off within that candle. So yeah, sometimes so maybe if it's a super wide bar, then you just don't take it. You don't even look at it because you might be getting the alert way at the top here of the candle. Yeah, you just concentrate on Again, there are not many. There's not, I mean, especially, after 9:30, you're not gonna get so many alerts that you're overwhelmed typically. Yeah, I mean, if you had looked at this, the BTI, and so the alert was at, what, 60:02? Right there, you can see right there, that's where it closed. So, I mean, it's not I mean, you're talking about what, 14 cents. That's not a big deal, the bottom of that bar to the top. So you're talking 14 cents. So if you looked at that, like I was saying, you may not want to take the trade because it could have gone into the view app. Now it did get above it, but still, has it really cleared it? Not necessarily, right? I mean, it's still hovering around the view app. It would have been nicer had the VWAP not been there. Maybe it's way up there, or again, depends on a person's trading style. You might have a moving average up that you're using on your charts that maybe it came into. You wouldn't take the trade. That's why it's not just okay. Just because you get a buy flag, you just absolutely take the trade. It's like anything else. If it were that easy, well, I wouldn't be doing this all day. Yeah. So Nico, just to let you know, this room was open actually at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, Monday to Friday, obviously not in the weekend. So it actually opens at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I don't get on the mic until 9, but there's still plenty of action. A lot of traders in the room, tossing around ideas. So you can come in if you I don't know what time zone you live in, but it is open at 6:45. Well, actually, we start getting our data at 4 a.m. Eastern time. We get our data at 4 a.m. Interactive broker. Well, interact. I mean, we're almost at 24 hours with IB, but we start getting our data at 4 a.m. Eastern time. But if you're talking about yourself starting to trade at 6, sure. I live in Vancouver, so that's why I'm not opening the room at 6:45. One of the other Obi opens the room. That'd be 3:45 my time, a little early. Meanwhile, TCGL, yeah, somebody was saying, but I think it just got halted on the way down. Just absolute insanity. Wow, it's been a fast morning. Yeah, just checking. Yeah, so Andy Lindloff from Trade Ideas will take over for me in our YouTube room at around noon Eastern. So in about a little less than 30 minutes from now. So what happens is I take a break between 12 and 1 Eastern time. Okay. And then one of the other traders from Trade Ideas takes over the YouTube stream from me. Okay. And today, it being Friday, it'll be Andy taking over for me while I take my break and I come back at about 1 o'clock Eastern time. I mean, look how wild this ELPW was, 192, and gets back down underneath a dollar to 95 cents, and then jumps all the way up to 250. That's the power of the crazy low float. When it works for you, it's awesome. When it doesn't work for you, it's not so great. The low float. Well done, William, on the app. Now, did you short this one, this NLY? My goodness, 24. Were you able to get that short on NLY? Probably very quick. Probably just another pump, but let's see. I'll just check to see if there's any news. Probably not. I mean, it's just one of these China stocks that some group somewhere has got a hold of. All I'm doing, I'm just cycling through my IB headline news. This is all today. Let's see. Let's see. No, I don't see anything today other than the fact that it was halted and resumed several times. Just give me a moment, please. Just give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. Okay. Anyway, sorry about that. So, guys, yeah, ELPW. There's no news. No news. I mean, you could maybe find there's some Discord room somewhere that is, all over this one. But you know what it is? Here's the news. The news is that it's a China stock, okay, and people are wondering. Well, I completely missed the boat on the TCGL. What stock could do that? And no, and I'm not saying this could do it, okay, but no, this is not. This is my race, but you can have it, Ahmed. Ahmed, okay. If you want this race, are either of these two races? Is that? And by the way, great. Thanks for joining. But are you wanting either of these two races? Is that what you want? I can show you how you get them. They're on my homepage. Okay. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link, I just put my link underneath. Okay, click on my homepage link and then scroll down a bit until you see this section right there called scans. Okay, so here are the two races. This is the large cap gainers are here, and this the biggest gainers is here. Okay, now do you know what to do in order to get these on your screen with this with this link? Do you understand how to do that? I can demonstrate. And it's the same for any scan that I've got on here. But if you want me to demonstrate, I can show you how. Just need an answer. Okay, okay, great. So you know how to okay, so you do know how to load them. Great. Now, you know what? I'll do this though. There could be people out there saying, "Well, I see this, but I have no idea how to get it onto my screen." So I'll take this one. I'll take this biggest and all these. It's exactly the same procedure. Doesn't matter what link you pick on or choose. So I'm going to click on Open Scan. Click on Open Scan, and you'll see now what happens is now it's some time. Well, you'll see the link up at the top here. You see the link is right at the top. And so I'm going to go over to the left, and I'm holding my the left key down on my mouse and highlighting. Okay, so it's all blue, and then I Control C. Now the link is copied, and then go up into the toolbar, click on File, Load from Cloud, and if you've done it correctly, see how this box will be filled. Okay, that box will be filled with that link, ED561. You can see it ends in ED561. So you know you've done it correctly, and then you click on load, and that's it. Now it's on your screen. Okay, and that's the same with anything from my homepage, any one of these links that you might want. I know there's a detailed description down here, but if you just do what I just said to do, just go over it and it's like most of the web browser functions. You just highlight it. Most people probably know how to highlight something and then copy it, Control C, copy it, and then file load from cloud. That's it. Now, the other thing, just to remind people, if you download anything, you're not going to see. So if you download this race, the biggest gainers from the start of the race, you're not going to see all of this. Your race starts from when you download. So today, right now, it's 11:46 a.m. That's when your race starts. So you'll develop your own top 10 list. Okay, you will not see because the question is, well, how come I'm not seeing how come it doesn't look the same as yours? Well, that's because I started my race at 9:30. You're starting it right now. And again, Ahmed Ahmad, sorry, and anybody who's listening, don't forget to save your work. Okay, save your layout to the cloud when you're done all this. Okay, you add something from me, you create your own, maybe some charts. Don't forget to save your layout to the cloud. Give it a name. Again, file, save or share to cloud, and then click on entire layout. Give it a name. And you can see this, you can see the reason why we've got save or share to cloud. If I had something that you wanted, you know, no, I like to direct people to my homepage, but say I had something that I just created and it's not on my homepage. All I have to do is file, right click, save or share to cloud, and then I can share the link in the rooms. That's a great thing about Trade Ideas is that we can share links. So for instance, you might have a scan and you're wondering about it. Why is it not giving me this symbol as an example. So I can take a look at the scan, and 9 times out of 10 or 99 times out of 100, it's some filter that you've got in your scan that's preventing that stock. All right, here's a bit of a late dayer, guys. Pattern PTRN. Well, late dayer. It's right around noon, but PTRN. Now, where could it go? See why I would not take that short is when I look left, 1393 and 1395. So I mean, it could stall there, even if it took out 14. It could stall there. If the next low looking left would have been down here around 13, had it broken 14, it could have been something I would have taken as a short. And remember, Ahmed, you can create your own understanding where the races come from. You can develop your own top list window. So remember, all races come from a top list window. This is the top list window that is generating these symbols. And why are those stocks showing up? Because this is what I want to see. Stocks between 1 and 50, 200,000 shares minimum. I'm up 2% at least from yesterday's close. So that's why these stocks are showing up. But you can see that you obviously you could create your own top list window with your own set of parameters and then launch the race based on those. If I right click and then launch real time stock race. Now, the other thing you can do, which I should always go over, is that you can create your own symbol list or watch list. Everybody else calls them watch list. We call them symbol lists. You can create your own watch list symbol list of stocks you want to follow. So it could be the same basket of stocks every day. Maybe some of you say, you know what, I only want to look at these 30 stocks every single day. So you could create that list and attach it to your top list window, and then and then launch the race based on those symbols. It could be different symbols every day. Maybe in the evening you do some evening work, and you think, you know what, these are the stocks I want to follow tomorrow, and put them into your symbol list, attach them to your top list window, and just run the race on that. The idea why VZ, without seeing the entire, if you didn't see, give me the link, okay? Actually, just give me the link. I want to run it on my system. If you can just give me the cloud link. I'm going to take a break pretty soon, but just give me the cloud link, Dwayne, okay? And then I'll run it on my, and just that one scan, okay? Now there is, I always forget how to launch it. There's something you can launch that shows you, okay, why a stock didn't show up. You put it in there and it shows you the filter values. But I've never used it. Sure, Pepe is listening to me and saying, it's right here. Okay, let me load this thing. Out of curiosity to see why. Now, well, okay, now I'm doing it, and I'm seeing VZ showed up here at 11:48, as it made a new high, and it showed up here at 11:47. Okay, I'm just doing a history, and it is, to me, it is showing up. Okay, so I'm not sure why it wasn't showing up because I'm just doing a simple history. You just click on your window, okay, right click, and go to history and today. And that's going to show you a history of all the alerts that you should have got. And I just quickly went back, and I mean, I see VZ is right here at 11:49, all 11:50. Made a new high for the day. So I'm not sure why you wouldn't have seen it. And the issue is, and that's a very active scanner. You don't have very many, so I can only go back to 10:48. If I wanted to see more, I'd have to check on I'd have to click on and more. Okay, but that's a very active scanner. I mean, you don't have very much, not many filters. Just between 0 and 100, and the stock is 100,000 shares. That's it, and a new high for the day. Now, new high filtered. I mean, that shouldn't matter. Okay. All right, guys, it's 11:56. So what I'm going to do is just put my announcement up, and I'm going to wait for Andy to show up in our YouTube room. So let me just put the announcement up on a break. Not yet, but when he does show up. Okay, so on a break, back around 1 p.m. I'm just waiting for Andy to show up. So I'm going to put the YouTube link in. So you can head over to listen to Andy if you want. He's going to be showing up, within 5 minutes in our YouTube room. And here's the link to get into YouTube. And Andy is somebody else who works at Trade Ideas, okay? He actually works at Trade Ideas. I do not work at Trade Ideas. I'm a billed as a consultant. But he's actually an employee. I guess that's a better way of phrasing it. Okay, so hello, Christopher, Nicole. So Andy is going to show up pretty soon, about 2 minutes. I don't know if you have a quick question that I could answer now. I'm talking to Christopher in our YouTube room. I would say at least 95% of the time, Naya Kim. Okay. Maybe more. I haven't really, if it's not a 5 minute halt, it'll be a 10 minute halt. There are multiples of five. So if it's not five, but I would say that, the majority certainly are 5 minute halts. That's why you hear me say, here's V hub. So it's halted at 11:56 plus 39 seconds. If it's a 5 minute halt, it'll open at 12:01 plus 39 seconds. Okay, well, Andy might be able to get you started. Okay, Christopher, don't have to be overwhelmed. Okay, you don't have to be. The one thing, if you're just starting out with trade ideas, I really recommend. That you can go to my homepage. If you haven't done this already, just give me a moment. So if you haven't done this already, and anybody who's just starting out, this is mandatory you do this. So click on my homepage link, scroll down, education section, click on the more info, and right here. If you haven't done this, you have to do this starting, or the getting started with trade ideas. 12 short videos. Don't worry about the user guide and thinking, my goodness, I have to learn everything that's in the user guide. But these are 12 short videos showing you all the, the key elements of trade ideas. Now, if you have no trading experience whatsoever, I'll be blunt. Trade Ideas is not going to help you if you have no trading experience whatsoever. I mean, it's a fabulous program, but it's called Ideas for a reason. If you click on, so it'll generate ideas, but if you click on a symbol and you're looking at the chart going, well, I don't know what it's telling me, then, that's why you can also look at the Back to Basics that's on my homepage also, which is 15 videos, all free. But Andy might have it, he'll be taking over for me. Okay, you are a trader, so you're not a new trader. Okay. Well, it all depends. I mean, Trade Ideas is, very you can create, if you're a trader, basically if you have an idea about what you want to see, you can create your scan based on that. A price range you like to trade, minimum volume you like to trade, all those sorts of things. You say you're a trader, maybe you have some filters that you know and like, you can add them to your scan. Andy, did I hear a pop or no? There's a pop. Okay, just give me a moment, Andy. So I just heard a little pop. So Andy is in our YouTube room right now. So I will take a break. I'll see you guys in about 1 hour. And Andy, good morning or after. Yeah, I guess it's morning still. Oops. I can't hear Andy. The answer is yes. I just like bars, but yes, you can. I mean, you can go here and go to the properties. I'm sorry, go to the select chart style. Okay. And I just happen to like the bars, but yes, I can turn them into candlestick charts if I want. Okay.
Can you hear me now, Barry?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Nice.
Just give me one moment, Andy. I just want to get back to my bar charts, which I really like instead of candles. Okay. So I got my tickets to the Super Bowl.
Buddy?
So, I got my tickets already. So I'll be heading down.
Are you serious?
No, I'm not serious. And you know what? I wouldn't want to go anyway, honestly. I'd much rather watch it at home. I mean, I think it'd be an experience, obviously, to go to the Super Bowl, I suppose, but I'm not looking for that experience. I'm looking for, being able to concentrate on the game and the whole bit. So very excited, though, as you know, big Seahawk fan. So very excited that they made it.
Whoops. Oh yeah, man. I tell you what, they look good.
Yeah, it was a nerve. It wasn't easy, but it was a heck of a game. So anyway, we'll see what happens in another week or so. So Andy, I will leave you now. I got a few things to do at lunchtime,
all right,
so
Barry.
I will leave you now. So we'll see you in about 1 hour.
Tell me if you can see. Can you see me on the? Is my video showing up? My first time to use it.
Yes. Oh, your video. You mean your screen? Oh, your video. Oh, you mean you, the person,
Okay.
who's called Andy
Okay.
Lindelof. Yes. I see. Okay.
Me, I'm sorry. Yeah. Can you visually see me in the in
Yes, and I'm
okay.
glad your hair is nice
Okay,
and
great.
combed.
I don't know how long this is going to I tell you what, it's hard to be nice and calm in this market. Woo!
Yes, yes, and that's why I know, I'm sure Dan is not gonna ask me. I know, I guess he's asked you guys to maybe do there's no way I'm gonna be on like, have that for 6 hours. No way. There's just,
No,
too
no,
much.
no. That's way too much, buddy. Way too
Yeah,
much.
way too much. I mean, I don't want to,
Um,
do anything I'm not supposed to do on camera, so anyway, but yes, you
the
you are being shown, live, and you look very presentable,
Okay.
so okay. So we'll see you
All right.
later.
Thank you, Barry. I appreciate it, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Uh-huh. Take care. All right, guys. I don't know if I start to really lag. I need to get a new computer, and if I and when I'm doing showing the software and doing video and audio and everything else, and all these apps that I have open, sometimes it drags. So let me know if it does. Meanwhile, I only got a couple of positions left, and I want to make sure. Let's see. I got one that I have to put a stop on. Just give me a second, please. Uh, Let me just take a look at it on the screen here. I didn't put it. I bought it, but I did not put it on my blotter yet. So bought it right before I came on. Yeah, this may not. Uh, all right, I'll just put an alert right there if it breaks down between that low. Bought it off the 10 period there. All right, so yeah, boy, silver is really now. You know what? It was interesting because I just had an alert go off on that silver at the 20 period moving average. Now I know this trades more, and look at that, just bounced right off of it there. I didn't want to jump in and buy it, but you know what? I mean, it's a vicious pullback. Typically, you don't see, in a equity, a normal equity or something like this. If you get a big gap down like that and drive lower, they're usually done. Silver's a little bit different animal, because of the move that it's had, basically from let's just looking at SLV here. Gosh, it could catch right here and maybe consolidate for a few days and attempt to move higher. We'll see. But yes, that's what's 20% on SLV. That's pretty big. Hi, Christopher. I think Steve told me you were going to come in here. Um, Let me hold on just one second. Let me catch up here. Yeah, these charts are candlestick charts. These are candlestick charts. Yeah, you can show them in different ways. I've always used candlestick charts. The majority, I'd say the vast majority of the traders out there probably use candlestick charting. If I had to guess, it probably 90%, I would say. Uh, but yes. So yeah, Christopher, if you have any questions, just be sure and I know Trader 77. I scalped. I had a beautiful scalp in ZSL yesterday, but I scalped it. And at the time, I was happy I scalped it. And then honestly, I shorted it. I mean, I was in it at the close too, and I said, "Yeah, I don't want to take it over," because I re-entered, uh, but I said, it's overnight trading. This thing gaps up on me 10%." Oh, just getting started today. Okay, so Christopher, are you familiar with candlestick charting? You guys, y'all see me keep looking over this way. The chat is on my other monitor over there, so that's the reason. Well, you know what? I nibbled on this apple this morning, and I'm going to probably let it go too. I'll put an alert down there if it breaks to 10. Oh, okay. So you're just new to trade ideas. Okay. Uh, Steve mentioned you were a newbie, so I thought you were like a newbie trader. Uh, well, that if you, how long have you had trade ideas, Christopher? I gotta check one other thing here. Hold on. I gotta put one. Then I'm just gonna close down my brokerage, and that'll help things not to slow down on me. Sorry, guys. Got to put one last stop in. All right. Okay, so 1 week. Okay, just started looking at the videos. It seems overwhelming. Yeah, 1 week is not enough time, to grasp the total product for sure, Christopher. What I would do is just you're doing the right thing as far as those videos go. So just keep up, with the videos and uh, just spend time with it, on the weekend. Start building your own alerts, using the filters, going through the filters and just start creating some alerts. And a lot of times what you can do is look in our alerts that we built in our channel bar. So just click on one of those channels, look at the filters we use, and you'll get a good idea of how you can, build these uh, custom scans. Because honestly, playing around with it and just spending time with it is really the only way to get familiar with it. It typically takes about uh I'd say about 3 weeks, and then you'll get a real good feel, of what you're looking for. And then you want to, obviously, you want to start working on your layout, pretty soon too. If, whatever type of trader you are, you want to custom build the layout to fit your style. So that uh trying to think what else that can help you. Definitely going through the user guide. I don't know if you've been to the user guide yet, but they have lots of videos in it. Let me just pull it up real quick. Uh, where's she at? There it is. So there's the user guide. So be sure, you can just, if you come across something, you don't know how to build a top list, you're working on something, just go to the search function and type it in. It'll take you immediately to that section. So, and also, and like I said, there's videos, throughout the whole thing. Once you get started, feature overviews, you can, come in here and it'll, sure, nice little, uh, yeah, this, yeah, go to feature overviews and you're going to have some more little quick videos in there to kind of teach you about each one. Very helpful, little short ones, but just takes a little time, Christopher. What a mess this market is in. Well, it sure feels like the averages should be down more, looking at some of the carnage I'm looking at out there. Boy, silver's not even. Not even catching a bounce. That's brutal. I thought, and that's why I tried Bitcoin a couple of times a day using IBIT. I thought if we start seeing weakness in silver, that Bitcoin might, and it still may. It's just it's a Friday, maybe over the weekend. Bitcoin can get a little rally if the precious metals start losing their luster. But I mean, let's see. UNG, VIX, the dollar, USO, and XLP are the only ones that are up on the day. So, I started noticing this, and I've been telling Steve. I don't know if I mentioned it here last week. It's like, typically I can beat the S&P 500 pretty easily, and boy, the last couple of weeks it's been tough. I've been giving some back, and I'm like, well, look at these averages; they're close to all-time highs, and I'm having such a hard time. That's could be a sign of a short-term top. Maybe we get some because it's pretty brutal. Let me just take a look at the big boys real quick. Uh, well, to add power broker. So you're talking about connecting to it to Thinkorswim, or obviously I think we link to Thinkorswim. I hear it's kind of difficult, uh, but I've been using the Thinkorswim just web portal. Yeah, here's the problem, Trader 77. It's a two-way street. I mean, it's more on their end uh, because it's not cheap, to connect to these APIs. It's a lot of times a couple of months worth of work. Something if the API is not really good, sometimes it's longer than that. So there's obviously a direct cost involved, but I could talk with them. And I know Weeble's interested. They've been hitting me up, and we've kind of been going back and forth. They're wanting some data from us, but in TradeStation we're adding them in February. So yeah, we can't connect. We can externally link to Thinkorswim. Okay, so you cannot. What it's two different ways of connecting, right? You can link to where when you click on a symbol, it's going to change in their platform, but you cannot have it in Brokerage Plus and be connected and trade through our Brokerage Plus. Right, right. Yeah, I mean, we're all ears if they want to come in and talk, and maybe I'll hit them up at some point. Uh, I'm thinking, obviously TradeStation's coming out in February. Hoping that soon after that, maybe get Webull on board. Oh, okay, that's good to know. Swab has a horrendous API, so that's good to know. Trade now, you can also Trader 77. You can look into TradeStation because I know a lot of people don't like their platform, but you're like I said, you're going to be able to trade on the Brokerage Plus. You wouldn't even have to pull up their platform. So hopefully, I think that's the way it works. E-Trade, probably the best person to talk to is Chris. IB's probably the best right now, but E-Trade, uh, it's okay. They don't maintain their API, for their clients, kind of like some of the others do. Alpaca's good, but yeah, I probably want to talk to Chris. He's really up on that. He's the one that plays around with those things and tests them out. Yeah, I like the Steve turned me on to the Thinkorswim web, the web portal. Yeah, that's pretty cool. That's all I'm using now. I don't, cause you got trade ideas. I don't really need a whole lot of, you know, gadgets and indicators and things like that. But uh, thinking, yeah, I'm curious to see what how TradeStation. I think we're going to be a big response for that because it's one of the active platforms where it's actually going to be free. And so I know IB charges a little bit, I think, and I think E-Trade's free, but uh, I think TradeStation is a little more uh, built for the active trader than E-Trade. It's kind of old school brokerage type. Let's checkouts. Yeah, these are all Tesla. Okay, and this is what I'm talking about, guys. I mean, this is the kind of stuff I'm getting into all the time. It's like Tesla. I held a tiny bit yesterday into earnings. Okay, I was all excited, gapped up. Woke up early in the morning to take a look at it. It was trading like at 4:45. I'm thinking, ah, sweet. Then it sells off yesterday, so I get stopped out. Right? You gotta use stops, and then of course it gaps up after hours, and now it's back. It's just this is and I wouldn't be a bit surprised if it doesn't turn around, on Monday and just go right back down. So it's really, really some weird stuff going on right now. As my alert goes off right as I say that. Yes, yes, you're right, Pepe. Alpaca is free and a robust API. Their API is good. From what I'm told, yeah, we have no issues with them. The other day was asking about TradeWave. Is there any way to get a list of all TradeWave entries? TradeWave 5 minute is missing so many tickets, even though I see TradeWave entry on 5 minute chart. Uh, yeah, I'll look into that. Uh, when you say get a list of all TradeWave entries, what are you meaning? You're talking about in our Market Explorer, right? It has to be in Market Explorer because there's no way to just we can't do that in a top list fashion or an alert fashion. It has to be, yeah, in the Market Explorer. Well, yeah, I'll have to see, I think Michael did a lot of that, building it, and of course he left us. So yes, I could see where there may be some stuff, maybe that's missing. I don't know if it's something he has built in the configuration that's not, you know, because we don't have access to that configuration. Well, I'm sure somebody does, but I'm not sure if he has uh, what he has built into that as far as filters and stuff goes. But yeah, might want to send that Trader 77. Maybe want to send that to info. Send an email because once we get an email, we can do a request, a feature request, and send it over and see if those guys can get that. LP ELPW. Yeah, well, I can probably tell you with something like that, there's probably uh there's some video. Now what we have a buy program kicking in or something. I'm seeing some stuff pop now all of a sudden. Cues. Yeah, with that ELPW, you're probably looking at something. I bet you there's a filter in there for average daily volume that may be preventing that coming out. So I'm sure there's a lot of stuff in there built to prevent just because if you did every 5-minute trade wave and all 8,000 stocks, that's a ton of stuff coming through. So uh, it's not configurable on your end, Trader 77. Maybe in the future, we can, we can, because I think I love it. It's a great product, but I think uh, there's some volume confirmation involved. Thank you, Peppy. Yeah, that's what I figured. There's probably, and I'm thinking there's probably some sort of average daily volume where you can't have stocks that normally do 15,000 shares a day to all of a sudden have big volume in it and expect it to, you know, uh, because I'm telling you right now, if you did every stock in the whole in all the indices, that thing would be moving so fast you couldn't even figure it. Okay, there you go, Trader 77. Yeah, it's a great tool. I hear you. I would, if I get that provision, well, like I said, Trader 77, if you could send it in, that's the best way to do it. I cannot do that. I can't make that provision, but we can definitely send it over to the dev team, and see if there's anything they could do to make it more, a little bit more configurable. I know they would like to. It's just that Market Explorer is a little bit different of a creature. It's on a different uh, build structure, whatever scaffold than our rest of our products. So yeah, I'll just send an email. Let's see. I think yes. Okay. Thank you, Peppy. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I, the only way to be able to do it if they like brought it over to the regular trade ideas stuff, but I don't see that happening. Let me see. Okay, I'm back in high bit. I actually got it at 18, but I don't know. This is sometimes how it throws me off in here. Yeah, I'm just gonna play it by a bit. I'm not gonna play any of those miners. Are too nasty. See if it can go to. I know it's not Bitcoin, but it's still it'd be an intraday high for Bitcoin as well. Get above that 46 level. Maybe because your own support down here, if you looked at Bitcoin as well, you'd see that it is. Well, I'm not going to pull it up. It'd just be something else taxing my system. I don't know. Just probably going to whipsaw. But all right, let's see. We got Tesla is really frustrating. And it's looking to trying to take out yesterday's high. I mean, gosh, this is just not a market you buy highs in. You get slapped down so hard. Apple just slopping around in a doji, not doing anything. I bought a little bit of, uh, I mean, some of these when I buy a small size and I don't really put it on my blotter. Uh, what I was looking at on this RGTI, when you're looking catching falling knives. But what I do like about it here, if I go to the weekly, is right here. Yeah, it's you got a nice little uh, pivot level, and you got the 50 period moving average. So I did nibble on this today. Uh, Actually, about an average about right here. That's what I think I'm in it from 88. Uh, if I'm doing small size, I don't want to put it on my blotter, and I just put a stop in there. Give myself about good 50 cents or something like that for a stop. But boy, they've been getting just destroyed. Oklo was doing pretty good for a while, but had a couple of good days. I think Steve played that move for a couple of days. That's a weekly. Get it back on the daily. Yeah, but then rolled over like a lot of other things. Yeah, this. I mean, but I'm not joking when I say what I've been seeing the last in the price action the last couple of weeks. I mean, it's and you're having these algos just where the averages will just not even move, and all of a sudden stocks will just get clobbered. I'm sure you guys have seen that in your own P&L, in your own blotter. Uh, but yeah, shakeouts, whatever. But anyway, it's not a market to be loaded up in. That's for sure. Like I said, I can usually, like I said, beat the S&P. I do it every year, but boy, I mean, I'm probably about 4% off all-time highs, and I'm looking at the market, and it's like, well, shoot, it's not that far. It's pretty close. I mean, I know I can make it up, but it's like every day, it's like, wow, what is going on? So that's when you just got to pull back. You got to pull back. You got to buy pullbacks. You got to play small size because if you're trying to catch momentum in a lot of these things, you're going to get slapped down pretty hard. Not to say it's not out there. Oh, and another thing too is like my swing trade watcher, where I have these nice little setups, kind of like SSYS, which I tried today and got whacked. Now I did not let it go through, but this is one to keep on the radar. But yeah, I'm seeing about, and this is not just today. I'm seeing over like the last couple of weeks, like 70 to 75% of these are ending up red. Good setups that are ended up not just red a little bit, but getting clobbered. Oh, thank you're welcome, Brian. Yeah, I I think it's good, especially for a lot of traders because a lot, I've been through two in my trading years, two major bear markets. Not to say we're in one, obviously. All you gotta do is look at the averages. But they kinda start like this. They kinda start where you get to it's just not get to the top and then start selling off. You get some back and forth action, a lot of whipsawing. You get like we're seeing right now. You got uh, well, silver's pulling back today, but typically when you see gold and silver rallying like it is, that's not good for the economy or the stock market. Now, it's getting whacked today, but doesn't mean yeah, I don't like anything. Gosh dang, 2%. Still on lows. So it was Steve and I, when we were with Today Trader, we did an article for some publication, and it was about learning how to adapt. And that's I've seen so many traders blow up because they do not learn to adapt. They keep in a bull market, they may have a strategy where they're killing it, for 3 or 4 years, and then what happens? The market changes, and if you're not able to adapt and see the change, and you keep just going back to the well and trying that same strategy, uh, I'll tell you a great little story. When I started out back in the late, last century, it we used to have these. I was living in San Diego, and we had some Houston traders that would come up and uh, trade with us, and they would they had we're talking about 15-20 million dollar accounts. These guys had been trading for about 4 or 5 years, but it was kind of during that boom we had in the late 90s, and they did the same thing over and over. They just buy dip when something pulls back, just buy more, buy more, buy more, let it go higher, sell it. And like I said, they had 15, 20, 25 million dollar accounts. And from what I hear, I think 80% of those guys blew up because they never experienced a bad bull market. And when that internet bubble hit, into the early 2000, uh, 2001, they blew up. A lot of them did, just because they kept trying to do the same thing that made them successful, and they did not adapt. And that's not unusual. It really isn't. Sad, but that's what happens. It's like me, I need to adapt and quit trying to catch this I Bitcoin, which is doing nothing. This is just playing support with small size, but I still will stop out at lows. Nice, nice. That's good for the farmers open out there, huh? I think it's called the farmers, isn't it? I used to love going out that golf tournament. I went out there one time and hung out with John Daly. I used to be in the car business, and one of my uh, partners, John Daly married his his cousin aunt or something like that. But anyway, I got to meet him and know him through him. He would come out there, and uh, so anyway, yeah, that was pretty trippy hanging out with John Daly. The guy's an animal. And this was when he was supposed to be sobering up. I'm not sure how long he ever sobered up for. This is pretty sloppy. Oh yeah, beautiful course. Yeah, I played it a handful of times. Steve played it a lot. Steve was back in the day when he could see, we had local fees. If we were local, you got a really good discount. And Steve, on top of that, had probably had like a student, but he would go out there and play it all the time. I think he probably played it for like 35, $50 or something like that. If he's in here, he'll chime in. But $6 in high school. Good lord, that's pretty crazy. Yeah, Twilight rate. Yeah, good old days. It's still a public course though, right, Steve? It never went private, did it? Corporate or anything? Yeah. Yeah, I hope it's yeah, I'm sure it'll stay that way. Yeah, not bad at all. I remember when we were, this is before I lived out there, Steve. You were probably still in high school, and me and Drew and a couple of my friends took a trip from Texas out there and stayed at that Sheraton. I think it's the Sheraton, right? Yeah, for about 4 or 5 days and got to play it a couple of times. That was nice. That was a fun little trip. Boy, it's just don't try to force anything because you're spinning your wheels over here. Just take a look at the big boys and see what's, of course, Tesla's holding up and looking like it wants to go again. Netflix after yesterday, no, that was, I'm sorry, that was Meta. Netflix still looks ugly. Google never goes down. Just some of these companies are just like commodities anymore. They're like just safe harbors. Just put your money in. Except Microsoft is not used to be, but boy, that thing's struggling. Man, somebody correct me if I'm wrong, but I saw this today and I'm going, did they do some sort of, it's not reflecting on our charts, but was SanDisk really, has SanDisk really gone up this much from $40 to 600? And no, that can't be right. Was that our charts not reflecting something? Did they do some sort of reverse split or something? Wait, is no reverse? That is just crazy. My gosh. Yeah, it was just I'd forgotten about it because it was such junk over here. I traded it a long time ago, and then I just totally forgot about it. It's crazy. Jeez. No, 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 no. No, I'm not finding out about Sand. It's just one of those stocks that I don't trade. Yeah. No, I traded it a lot back in, 25 years ago, and I traded it for a lot. I just one that I just don't trade. Some of those stocks are like that. I wish I had now. Well, I you got to remember, I know I'm not a day trader. I'm sure it's been a great trader. And I'm sure it's obviously been a great little swing trade too. But yeah, that's just one, that I haven't traded. I trade Micron, I trade Nvidia, I trade, all the rest, but just one I don't trade. Wish I had though. Stocks unhinged, because that's definitely an unhinged stock. What's a PLTR? Now, was it thing just continues to? Yeah, that's the other side of the mountain now. Yeah, it's key level here too. Yep, I remember that too. I remember that CEO is nuts. I remember he was doing a conference call one time, and this may be why I quit trading. And during the conference call, he had been on a vacation like over to Africa, man. And he started doing a slideshow of his trip to Africa, and started like showing monkeys and I'm going, guy's crazy. On the call, yeah. He was on the conference call. And I don't know if people still attend, conference calls anymore, but back then, this was, around 2000. Back then, a lot of people would actually go to the conference call, and yeah, he pulled out a slideshow and started showing his trips on his vacation. They still have the same CEO. All right, let's pull up a race here in the closing minutes of my segment here and see if we uh, got any action going out there. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. This race may drag me down. I'm surprised my computer's held up as well as it has everything I have open. Ah, yeah, you got a good memory there. Stocks unhinged. Ah, I wish I'd kept my ZSL now. I may have to go back to momentum trading when it would go back to my day trading days if this market keeps up like this. I see no sense in holding stuff. Now that was some serious kind of volume coming in this one the last 3 weeks. No, no, I'd been scalping it. I actually scalped it pretty good the last few days, just fading, doing a fading strategy, like, and just yeah, I was kind of afraid. I knew it would happen like this because I guarantee I was seeing all these people trying to short it during the day, shorting the ETFs and things like that, trying to get the move during the day. It's going to be an overnight move. It's always ends in those cases with those commodities, and sure enough, and yeah, they're all pissed now because they because I promise you they were scared to short it at the open today because so many times they had it, so much higher. This is silver, and that's just human nature. You're like, ah, gosh, I can't short it now. I had it way up here. What was I just in them the last? We're a little pissant stock the last 2 weeks. Was that those were leveraged? Those were leveraged ETFs. I'm sure. I'm assuming they're stocks unhinged. Yeah, I do remember. Yeah, yeah, those are great. And what was the one for gold? That's the one it seems like I'd always play. What were the two for gold? Right, right. Ah, yes, I do remember that GL. That's still out there, isn't it? Like I typically hadn't been so long since I played that. No, that's another. That's a pharmaceutical now. Yes, oil too. Well, let's see. SEO and that's just pro shop, wasn't that's not triple. Yeah, I've never been, too much of a commodities trader. It, obviously, I will when the action is like it hasn't been in silver, and that's kind of what I was doing with that ZSL the last couple of days. That's kind of a fun ride. Yeah, but the thing to do is if you really want to hit big, and that goes with all commodities. You almost have to hold those things overnight. It's like, and you don't have to hold that much size. I mean, this thing it was trading at a buck 50, or went out yesterday at around a buck 60 or something like that. I mean, it's not like you have to just really, really load up. You get a move like this. That's a 53% move, 54 almost. But the problem is everybody all during this time right here, they started trying it over here. You load up, during midday trying to get your big move, and then the big move comes overnight. You're just, oh my gosh, all that sell that I had. Yeah, nah, yeah, if you want to do it, you buy enough, and just hold it because anytime you stretch a rubber band that far in silver, it's going that you're going to get this action, and too many people try to do, like load up on it and move. Ah, there you go. Yep, there you go. But now, boy, we're talking 20, it's almost 26%. Do have a little bit coming down to this support level. I think if it wasn't a Friday and the market wasn't so crazy as it is right now, you may see some action in some Bitcoin, but maybe over the weekend, I may just, no. YCBD. Wow, that's good action so far, and the reason it is see how it's holding this 10-period moving average. It's got some not really huge volume, relative volume for a dollar stock, but uh, enough. It's definitely, you can see where it stopped right here. See it? See this ledge right here where it kind of uh, if it can come up. Well, you can see it there where my cursor is. It just ran into this uh, pivot level. Definitely call that a pivot level. That's an area where you have all these points that it affects the price of the stock. You can see here it got through, and then you had support. You had support, broke support. Now you came up right here, tried that resistance. What was support turns into resistance, and now you're trying it again. So if you can get back above this, maybe I don't know if it'll do it today, but then you may get another 60, 70 cents out of that thing. But I don't know if the water spigot is turned up high enough to get it going through today, because even though it's doing good volume, the relative volumes, you know, to push it that far, above 50%, you typically would need, 25, 30 relative volume. Yeah, yeah, you're right. They're hitting all those commodities, aren't they? Well, now for as far as the intraday goes, it's really getting stretched in silver. And but really it's kind of, I'll throw one down there just in case, but I don't see any reason to buy it here. Tesla could not get through yesterday's high. Oh gosh. Wow. Look at that thing. That's crazy. Yeah, and over a 50% just in one day. Yeah, because it really closed around 400 yesterday, even though it had that drop. That's mm. There's a lot of people licking their wounds today. Oh, Pfizer and Unit, the only two on my list. That are actually green today.
Well, Andy.
Well, Gap is up a little bit. Gap was the call yesterday, and I love the way it was. Hey, Barry,
Hi.
what's happening?
Well, it's
Hi.
funny. It feels like the market's down 100 points, doesn't it? You know what I mean? It just feels like the market is.
Uh,
I don't mean
it,
the Dow. I'm talking.
it's been that way for weeks, Barry. And
Yeah. I mean,
honestly, I do not think the major averages or the spies and Qs. I really don't believe they mirror what
right.
they're supposed to anymore. I really do. I think it's just all a facade. I really do. It doesn't make sense to me, and it hasn't for a
coming
while.
coming from a person who's been in the market for how long? 30 years?
Yeah, well, it's about 27 anyway.
Okay, 27
Uh,
years, and that's coming from you. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that's
well,
why
here's what
sometimes.
the here. Let me give you a good example of the shenanigans that goes on. I can remember when
Right.
IWM was a collection of stocks.
Right.
All right. And you had stocks like Plug was the biggest holder of it. It's just a collection of small cap stocks, and there was no heavy emphasis on any one sector. It was kind of spread out evenly. Well, now if you
Right.
look, it basically follows KRE. You can almost look at KRE, yeah, especially when it's exploding, because 16% of it is financials now,
Mhm.
and then the other a big portion of it is industrials, and I think technology only has like about a 6%, holding it. So it's just crazy, It's and I think I don't, yeah, I don't know. I just like you said, all these stocks are just getting destroyed, and yet the averages will just hang up. But
Mhm.
oh, thank you,
Well,
Netrate. But anyway,
and that's what makes it. I mean,
uh,
with trade
the reason I
ideas.
was saying that, if you see IWM,
Mhm.
we got a lag, Barry.
Oh, okay. We have a lag.
Yeah,
Okay.
only when you come on.
Well, I'm special.
Yeah,
All
I
right,
guess
Andy.
so.
Maybe I should just take over
Well,
then if we
anyway,
have this lag.
have a great weekend. Yeah.
You
All
too,
right.
Andy.
Bye bye. See you, everybody.
All right, guys. Annie and I had a little lag issue. I know why, Pepe. You know why? Yeah, it gets because they did his picture in picture, whatever whatever it's called. That caused the cinema to go. So that's why I have to remember to do that. Okay, guys, I'm back in both rooms, and let me just get my music going and get rid of the announcement, and we'll head into the home stretch of the week. So Trader TV or Trader 465, are you just echoing what you? Yeah, the Market Explorer It's kind of an odd bird, okay? It was developed by a guy at Trade Ideas who's not no longer there, Michael Noss. So he created all these strategies, okay, and they're all canned. You cannot adjust any one of them. I just don't think they were used that much, you know. And there's a lot. I mean, a lot of great work went into it, but I don't think it was used that much. I think the Trade Wave 5 minutes is probably the most popular one, but you know, you cannot, yeah, you cannot adjust anything. You cannot I think I saw a question, you know, can I only make it for stocks between 1 and 10? Or, well, I guess the idea is then if you don't like the price range, don't click on it. There's not that many stocks that come through over the course of the day after 9:30. I mean, at 9:30, you get a lot coming in. But, you know, once a day, once we get more into the day, you don't get too many of these alerts. So if you don't like a price range, you just don't click on it. Okay. If that makes sense. I mean, it's not ideal, but at least there is a scan for the trade wave buy in 5 minutes. Okay, I'm not sure I understand the question. You've got a buy or sell, please tell me. I don't know. Are you talking about, am I gonna tell you what, like, on a stock to buy or sell? I'm not an investment advisor. I cannot tell you, okay? Not 100%. We can take a look and see if there's any resistance or support in the areas, but I mean, I certainly, if you're asking me to buy or I can't even see the symbol. It's so I cannot get the image any bigger, I don't think. I can't even see the name of the symbol. Yeah, I can't even see the name of the symbol. Okay, so I'm talking to, you, Kenna Tarkin. Alright, guys, so 1:05. So my guess is that I'm probably gonna be done around 2 o'clock. William says I'm sorry, William, did you say you're gonna keep the room open till 3:30, like normal on Fridays? Okay. Well, let's take a look at some of these. I haven't seen this one before, the Mogu. When I say before, I mean I'm talking about in this race. I don't think I've seen it in the race before. So Mogu, it's coming out of nowhere. Another China stock. Is that a pun intended on Otis? Move on up. Ooh, give you 85. Well, yeah, I see what you're trying to do, trying to play a bounce on it. But again, oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm trying to. I don't know if it can. Wish I could pronounce that name. Kanak Tarkin 77. I don't know if you're still around. You posted that at 101, so you should still be around. Pharma's at the high. Well, let's take a look at healthcare index. Yeah, I mean, healthcare actually now, before it was not one of the positive indexes. There were only two. I think we had Staples, Consumer Staples, XLP, and one other one that I cannot remember. Take a look at the, so let's go to the channel, doc channel bar, and then click on show more to find the sector status and see if there's anything really has changed that much. Maybe XLV was one of the positive ones. Oh no, it was XLC. So XLV was not one of the positive ones earlier on, but it is like you're saying, Lilly and Abbott are at the high of the day, and they're probably a big component of XLV. So XLV and still consumer staples still up. So let's take a look at XLV and where are you? There, healthcare stocks. So the best one, I mean, best in terms of the one that's up the most from yesterday's close is SYK. And here's Abbott. Merck is down here. Worst is ILMN. So again, guys, if you're watching what I'm doing here, this could be something that all you do. You just go to the sector status channel and load this, and maybe this is all you do all day long. Just take a look at the best sectors, take a look at the worst sectors. I mean, oh my, wow. I mean, the last time I looked, silver was down, SLV was down 16%. So now it's down another. Wow. These silver stocks are just getting destroyed now. Now, is that going to last? Wow. I'm going to take a look at a couple of silver stocks like AG. So silver, what did I say silver was? SLV, the ETF is down what? 28%. Oh, boy. And how about gold? I mean, I think silver is just gold is not good either. I mean, it's down 10%, but silver down 28%. Just checking some of the silver plays that I'm familiar with. What a I mean, remember the days when we were looking in the pre-market, or I usually look at that sector status about within an hour of the market open, and you saw silver up 6-7%, SLV, and that's a massive move. 28% down now, unbelievable. Yeah, I was saying to, unfortunately, Andy and we had a lag, so I was talking, but he couldn't hear me when I was talking. Only about an 8-second lag on it. But anyway, um, you're talking. I mean, it feels like the market's down, like the SPY's down 100 points. I mean, it's don't. I mean, it's still near its all-time high. It just has this feeling though. Okay, guys. Well, are there any questions coming in? I'm just have I caught up? If there are any questions that I may have missed. But you know what, Obi, I'm looking for some silver play that's down 28%. I'm looking for a silver stock that is down that much. With the index being down 29% now, I'm looking for a specific stock that is, and I know you're mentioning EXK, and I already put CDE up, SVM. Let's take a look at silver core. I mean, they're all down a lot, but it's almost like this is a double. Like it's a double still SLV. Anyway, if you're asking me, Poe, I have no idea. Maybe somebody has an idea. Poe's question is it, but if you're a silver dealer and you stock up on silver and can't sell it, then you take a loss. I have no idea. You're talking about the actual metal itself? Actually, take a look at PSLV. I know Steve looks at that one also. This is the physical. Is it down as much? Yep, it is down as much. Got up to 465, I think, Bjorn, if you can believe it, TCGL. I think it got up to 466 or so, if you can. Oh, well, this was pre-market. No, you're right. It was after hours. Or was it pre-market? I think you're right. I think it was post-market. Yeah, post-market. This got up to 464 or so. Incredible. And then there's ELPW. Okay. Will this, I mean, are we going to look at this next week and say, why didn't we all? I'm just, is it going to be the next silly little China stock that just go absolutely crazy? Look at the float, 780,000 in the float. All right, guys. Well, what time is it now? 1:14. So we'll look at my homepage one last time for the week. All right. So looking at my homepage again, how can you take out a subscription to Trade Ideas right now? You can use my promo code. You'll get 15% off the first month only, or the entire year of a Trade Ideas subscription. And it doesn't matter whether you pick our standard service or our premium service. So again, I just want to reiterate, if you take out a monthly subscription, you're getting the discount on the first month only. All I ask, please use my code if you are going to take out a subscription in the future. Helps to keep these rooms free. I'm moderating a YouTube room and, of course, this room, the trading room. And the more people use my code, the company tracks the use of the promo code. So if they see enough use of my promo code, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. And if you're sitting in YouTube right now wondering about, well, what is this trading room? You can come in here. It is free. A lot more interaction amongst traders in this room. This room is also open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. Okay, so you can, if you're interested in, conversing with other traders in a trading room that is open in the pre-market, you can come in here. I don't get on the mic, both rooms, until about 9 o'clock Eastern time. And if you keep scrolling down, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for the trade of the week right here. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. And as always, if you do take out a subscription to Trade Ideas, first thing to do, if you click on my homepage link, click on the education section, mandatory you do this, getting started with Trade Ideas. It's not going to make you an expert in Trade Ideas, but at least it'll expose you to all the key elements of Trade Ideas, 12 short videos. If you don't have Trade Ideas, start off with that second video, go to the end. Should give you a good enough idea about whether you'd like to try us for at least a month. Remember, a month, those monthly subscriptions, they're just month to month. You can cancel at any time. And back to basics. If you're new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos. If you're new to trading, 15 of them. And if you're looking for the information that I'm currently sharing, you click on my homepage link, scroll down, middle section, the scans. Here is the large cap race right here. This is the biggest gainers. This has no bearing on the market cap or a float. This is wide open, and you can see generally you will not see any stocks making 1% moves in this one. It's rare. This one, though, you can get some wild moves, wild percentage moves. And here are the other ones that I am currently sharing. Now, this is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act goes up and down. Pulse resumes is over here. But I do have others that I'm sharing. You can take a look at them if you like. So this is a new one, I think. AP. When I say new, I'm talking, but I haven't seen this, and I haven't shared it this all day. But I don't recall seeing this one. APRE, and you can just look at this list. It is not one. It is what not one a race today. So this could be sort of a new entry into the race. APRE. So is there a way to filter out stocks like ELPW from the top percent gainers? A stock that halts up multiple times. Okay, we cannot. Yeah, I mean that. Yeah, you're right. I mean, is it so. Unfortunately, I don't think that. I'm pretty sure there's no way to like say, okay, don't show me a stock that has been halted 20 times. Now, what you can do is something like this. Trading Nerd. Have you ever created a symbol list before? A watch list? Talking to Trading Nerd in our YouTube room. I know there's always a little bit of a lag. I didn't think there's such a lag on my talking, but so have you ever created a symbol list before? You have? Okay. So what you can do, and that's exactly what I do sometimes. Sometimes, when I'm in the we're doing our pre-market work and we see some stock that's up like 5,000%, we know that's not happened. What has happened is that for some reason the reverse split has not been taken into account. So what you can do is this. So you say you created a symbol list before. So you can create a say call it a you can call it a new list, create a new list, and maybe call it, whatever you want. Symbols I don't want to see. I call this one excluded symbols. Okay. So you could create a symbol list called excluded symbols. This is a bit convoluted, okay? But then you can put, for instance, ELPW into that list and then attach the list to the top list or however you're monitoring it. And because then what you would do is just go here. Let's just say I'll use this top list as an example. So I could right click. So say I was monitoring as you're calling them the stocks that are up the most for the day. In fact, let me just do this one because it's probably here, isn't it? Yeah. So you want to get rid of that. You don't want to see it been halted many times. So if you have created your list, whatever you call excluded symbols, put it in there, and then right click, configure symbol list, and then exclude the following list. And you would, well, first, you have to add the existing list. So you'd see it here, make sure it's over into this column, and then just check it. And I do that with symbols I don't want to see ever. Okay, so it's a little bit convoluted to do it. Or there, I mean, somebody said, you could also like right now, if you had a top list right now, okay, that you're monitoring this, because if you don't want to do that, you could do something like this. I mean, pick a number, okay? So I picked a max of 500%. So I won't see it anymore. Okay. Okay, so that's something you might wanna just for today, you just have to sort of remember. So you see what I did? I said, "Okay, I knew that. Let me take that out again. Get back to what I had before." Now, again, you're gonna run the risk of some other stock that's up 500% that maybe probably a stock that's up 500% or 400% has probably been halted many times, more than likely. But you could just do this on today or ever. I mean, because the likelihood of a stock up 500% is pretty rare. But you saw what I did. I just said here in this particular case, no, but then you could I mean, you might say to yourself, "You know what? I don't wanna see any stock that's up 400%." I mean, I'm not saying that's what you wanna do, but I mean, you could do that. But when you see a stock that is hot and you say, "You know what? I'm fed up with seeing that one." I mean, it's a little bit of work, but, then just put a max, just put a max of a stock being up. So if you say, again, I'll just use the example of 500 and you'll get rid of it. But unfortunately, there's no way to go into this and say, "Okay, show me," don't show me a stock that has been, halted 21 times or 15 times. Okay? Can't do it. But if you have the halts resumes, I mean, you can start to see stocks. You don't wanna see a stock. I mean, it's not normal. I mean, we have seen some stocks that have been halted, I think even 40 times, over the course of the day. But if you're watching the halts resumes and all of a sudden you see a stock that's hot, you say to yourself, "Okay, I don't wanna see it anymore." And I don't know how you're what you're monitoring, how you're monitoring things like this, but okay. I mean, again, it's not perfect trading nerd, but unless Pepe tells me there is a way to go into the count here, and I don't think there's any way you could say, okay, go into a no. I'm 99.999% sure there's no way you could say, okay, my top list. I want you to don't show me stocks that have been halted 10 times and more. Yeah, I didn't think so. Thank you, Pepe. I didn't think so. Now, no, I doubt very much. I mean, listen, you can ask, okay? You can. I know trader nerd. There's something going on with the. I don't think. I know there's about a 7 or 8 second delay in YouTube normally, but I'm just gonna tell you, you just can't do it. Well, okay. Um, if you want to get it, if you want to get rid of it in the actual count in the halts resumes, you can do that. But you cannot go into, say, a top list window and say, can you check the halts resumes if a stock has been halted at 10 times? I don't want to see that. No, you cannot do that. Okay. You could get it out of the halts resumes if you didn't want to see it, just by putting we do have a count filter. So we have a count filter. So you could say in theory, only in this here, only in this, and the halts resumes, you could say, only show me a maximum of 10 halts. I don't, and if it gets halted over 10 times, I don't want to see it anymore. But that's only in this halts resumes. Okay. All right, guys. What time is it now? 1:28. No, looking. Yeah, listen, trading nerd, you can request it, but I don't want to snow you. And I know that we're on a bit of a delay. The chances of it happening are very slim. I mean, you can ask, but that means it's going to have to check this scan and then apply that number of count the count into something that's not part of the scan. I'm just, yeah. Pepe is saying it's not going to happen. Okay, I don't want to snow you and say, well, maybe send in a feature request. It's just not going to happen. I'm sorry. So when I talk about looking left, I mean remember now most of the time I'm seeing stocks near the low of the day or the high of the day. So when I'm talking about looking left, so for instance, at 9:14, what was 9:14? Well, okay, you see the next low. So had you seen it at 9:14? So let me get rid of the so that low right there is 9:26. So had I seen this, at 9:14 and I thought it was a decent enough pattern to perhaps short it, then I'm looking left. I'm saying, yeah, it had obviously had enough room. I'm looking left. $8 was the next low. Okay. So yeah, had I seen this and I liked the pattern, you could argue that there was moving down, little sideways consolidation, and so had you seen this from one of your scans, you could have said, yeah, okay, it certainly had room because it broken down through the next low looking left was 926. So at 9:14, obviously, and there were two lows there, two daily lows. Now, the way I trade, probably, I know I still have this I'm hung up on a stock breaking a whole number. So for me, 9:14, probably a little too close to the 9 level, but if you're not hung up on that, then yeah. And if you like the pattern it was coming out of, now if you're in it, I mean, you just ride that thing down. I mean, that's pretty awesome. Ride that wave down. Oh, look at Turn go here, guys. Something put a charge into Turn just a little while ago. Some volume came in, TERN. Let's see if there's any news on this one. TERN. Here's another one, ASBP. I'm not, well, it actually won 4 races. So this has been active in the race, but look at that, 21% now. Yeah, you too, Netrade. Have a nice weekend. Campbell's. Is this an earnings play? CPB, not an earnings play. Boy, these communication stocks, another, here's AT&T had earnings yesterday. What a great reaction to earnings and continuation today. I wonder what the VZ is gonna do. VZ, see if it'll have a continuation on Monday. Today is its earnings day, I think. Yeah. I wonder if it'll have a continuation on Monday. Boy, look at this potential open for the ELPW, 381, 440. Look at that potential open. This could be 1,000%er by the end of the day. Seriously. Because remember, this was a what? A 38-cent stock today at the beginning of the day. What did it do in the pre-market? Post market yesterday got up to 44 cents, but yeah, down 32-cent stock. And on no news that anybody could find other than low float China stock. And now just opened. Come on, let's get 1,000%. Just open. Look at the volume, 10. Actually, the volume, I mean, it's a lot, but it's not like 100 million. I thought it might even been like 100 million. Looking at a monthly chart, you can sort of see the next high in the monthly chart is here, 445. So it's just a little above that. Then the next high is 8. Yeah. And you can see this stock has won 11 races today. How about the ORKT? Yeah, so I mean, this would have been probably a little more interesting, ORKT, had it pulled back into the VWAP and maybe was holding the VWAP and maybe would have been one of those late dayers that we talk about, with that low float. But, the fact that it's below the VWAP right now, it's not terribly below, but, why not put a price alert around the VWAP and see if it takes it out? Another earnings play, another bank. So this is the one that William took and played it on a bounce. All right, guys. Well, I'm getting, what time is it now? About 20 minutes left for me, unless there are questions. Again, always staying later if there are questions. But if there are no questions, I'll probably be leaving around 2 o'clock Eastern time. Ooh, I'm wondering. Okay, guys, I think we lost. I think you can hear me now in the main room, but I think we lost the screen sharing. Okay, it should be back. Honest, I didn't do anything. Okay, BBWI. What is this one doing? This is a Bath and Body Works. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I mean, this is the trend is obviously still down, making higher or lower highs. Oh, I see APRE just got halted or resumed, sorry, and got halted on the way down. Now it's resuming. Wow, look at that short on the top. Did you short this came from your scan? Actually, it may not have come from your scan, William. Did you? I don't see it in your scan. This is a short on the top, a turn. You know what, guys? Something's happening here. I'm losing. I'm honestly, I'm not doing anything, but I'm losing the connection. I just noticed that the mic was off here before I lost the connection to the screen sharing. Might be telling me to go home. But I asked you if you had. I don't think you saw turn, right, William? This was a potential short on the top. I'm not sure it showed up on your scan. Ah, okay. Right now, I just think it's flowing out, Barry. I mean, seriously. I mean, there's not one strong sector right now. Well, maybe, William. Yeah, a little bit of a bounce for silver. Look at that, down 31% SLV. Look at here, all these. I mean, all these moves wiped out in well, started yesterday, but in one day. Wow. Yeah, no, no, 100%. 69 to 73 is def. Now, I'll bet that if I get to a 1 minute, I bet you it's going to be blue. Yeah, so there is a bit of a turn. Okay, bit of a turn starting. Yes, you got the blue going. Meanwhile, ELPW resumed. Are we up 1,000% yet? And the answer is not quite. Is there any doubt? There it is. There's your 1,000% move today. 30-cent stock at 475 and halted again on the way down. A little bit, little bit of a downward move. Is deck an earnings play? Okay. Yeah, yeah, strong earnings play. It's outside the price range I usually monitor, but yeah, great earnings. I mean, flying in the face of virtually everything else, and very steadily up, even on a 1 minute. Yeah, just outside the price range I monitor, but yeah, great earnings play. Man, oh man, it's into every. Look at this. It's UGG brand. Okay, UGG I know, of course. I don't know the other brands. I don't know Hoka, Kiva, Sanok. I don't know them, but I certainly know UGG. Well, let's take a look at some of the individual stocks. How about AG? Has it, maybe there's some laggards, but you can see AG is following silver exactly, CDE following silver exactly, PAAS. I mean, sure, they're all going to kind of look like this. Yeah. SVM. Another one I hadn't seen because it was under a dollar more than likely. Burks. Wow, Burks. Hmm. For we Canadians, boy, that is it's nobody's buying expensive jewelry. Boy, like a penny stock. Well, let's see how far this can go before it turns down again. Silver SLV. Yeah, still in recovery mode. Okay, I see ELPW resumed. Where did it resume at? Wow. Be interesting to see what this one does on Monday. This is, of course, I shouldn't say of course, but it's not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, which is a good thing. All right, guys. Well, listen, 1:53. If there are no more questions, I may just even knock off a little bit earlier. We saw this one earlier too, just breaking above $1 YCBD. But look how choppy. I mean, just almost untradeable for me anyway. Kind of untradeable. Now, this was the IPO from oh, where's I saw it. It just disappeared. The BTGO. Yeah, not IPO'd at 18 with some big people behind it. Big people behind it. Let's refresh our memories. Yeah, so look at everybody who was behind this one. Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, Deutsche, Mizuho, Wells Fargo, Keefe, even Canaccord out of Canada, Stifel. I mean, look at all these big names behind this one, and it was priced at $18. This is from my economic or the IPO calendar. Just goes to show sometimes it just doesn't matter. You look at that and you think, well, how can it possibly? It's got to be a six. Now, it may be down the road, but Bitcoin obviously not in vogue right now. And then there's KXIN, halted on the way down again. Wow. Jeez. Yeah, nothing like a $20 stock 2 days ago, $1.34 now. Well, maybe. I mean, you're talking about a fake breakout. Well, we don't know yet, but there is, or do we? I mean, there's the VWAP. There is the VWAP. So you know what? I mean, if it can clear the VWAP, maybe. Okay, guys, 157. If I don't see any other questions, I think I will take off. Before I do, I will put the YouTube, or sorry, the main room link or my homepage link in the our YouTube room, so you can head over if you want to the main room. The main room will be open till 3:30. I will keep my display up until then, or my layout up until then. So again, if you're sitting there in YouTube and you still want to converse amongst other traders, you can click on my homepage link and scroll down just a little bit and come into the trading room. Okay. So again, this room will open Monday morning at 6:45 a.m. I will not get on the mic until about 9, but this room will be open at 6:45. YouTube, I'm opening at around 8:30. And again, I'm in Vancouver, so that's why the time zone is not conducive to me to open this room at 6:45, which would be 3:45 my time. So anyway, the room will be open at 6:45. So again, I don't see any questions, so I will take off now. Now I'm probably going to be sitting at my desk for a while, so if I do see a question, I will pop back in. but I do have to shut YouTube down completely. I'm going to end the stream in YouTube right now.